Oh, unpassive. Unpassive, progressive, expansive, over 1 mil founders, massive, on track with us, you're on the right passage. We have AI solutions for you, get more done with less to do, automation, pass market value, new software, global breakthrough, unpassive, 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 unpassive. We've developed products, all tested, no shortcuts, oh chat, oh mail, oh connect with us, oh staff, oh tracker, keep the focus. We've got so many more, oh net, oh wallet, just to be sure, oh blessings, charity done the right way, need a website, check or create, unpassive, 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 unpassive. We got people from all over the world, India, America, Singapore, Dubai, and many more. So now you know who we are and what we do. Tell us how we may help you. Now this is the part for everyone to get up and sing. I'll sing on passive, you sing unpassive. Sing unpassive. Let me hear you. Unpassive. 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 Unpassive.
It's a vibe as a company that will provide them the value that they need for a cost-effective price. That's where I'm diving to, because that is the card.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Jeffrey, do you think you still want to chip into that, or do we move on to something new?
Well, I'll move on to something new, but we're going to come back to that value. I mean, that is a hot topic, and that is a big deal. I mean, yeah. That's our bread and butter. That's what we're based on.
No.
Hello, everyone, and how are you all doing today? I hope that you are all doing very, very, very well today. I'm sick, but I am doing okay. I was out all day yesterday, and by the time I got home, it was then, like dinner time. I had to do dinner for the family, and then by the time that was done, I do apologize. I was exhausted and not feeling the greatest. I don't like to come on here unless I can be my normal self. So we're going to be doing that stream hopefully tomorrow if we can get through all of this one today. Today, I am going to be reacting to Comfort. It's been a little while since we've seen Comfort, and they did a very interesting stream the other day about ONPASSIVE's value. And I want to have a conversation about how you even come up with the value for your company. I have an awesome article I found from Harvard Business, their online business school. Ash likes Harvard, so maybe he'll listen. I don't know. We can only hope. And it basically breaks down for us 6 different methods, basically the main methods that people use to value their company. And we can read through it at the end and kind of talk about, is Ash doing this properly? What is he valuing this company on? How is he valuing it? Do you think he's using any of these methods? And etc. I just thought it would be fun. I am very, very happy that everyone is here. We have Joe here, and he did the normal warning. YouTube auto mods are in effect, so please watch the swearing. If you come and comment under my posts or my videos as well, and the comment does not appear, nobody is deleting your comment. I have been reported so much on here by butthurt people that now the YouTube auto mods like to take care of my modding for me a little bit, and they tend to be all over my page. Also, you have to stay within terms of service, Ali, when you're writing comments, okay? I don't make the rules here on YouTube, but if you're trying to put like swear words in, or you say something that could be construed as an insult, YouTube won't let it go up. All right? And I probably won't let it go up either. So just have that be known. So we got Joe here with his pig hand wavings. We have Wes here. Good to see you. I just thought you were being sarcastic when you were like, these are totally made by Ash. Hello, Peaceful Nature. Good to see you. We have Jelly Snack here. I know I saw Albs here. It gets a bit much, Albs. This stream gets a bit, let's just kiss ass as usual, I guess. Devil's Advocate is here. Scam Chan is here. We have Hooves on board here. I am very, very happy that you're all here. This is supposed to be the value from the tech point of view. The stream was entitled, hold on, it was entitled something crazy long. It was like #OnPassive. I can't see it right now. It says #OnPassive will be dominant due to the experts that are joining us. #OConnect. That's what it's entitled. So it should be a good one.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back, and thank you for joining Empowerment Network. If you are new on this platform, my name is Comfort Confor. We are here to discuss about ONPASSIVE, which is a very powerful business and, of course, a humanitarian movement. This evening, we are excited.
Powerful business. Bold claim. Haven't really done anything powerful in the industry whatsoever. I would hold off on that one. I would argue that maybe it's more of a humanitarian project that's in the brainstorming processes and then will never play out.
To have the powerful team in the house as usual, and we are going to be discussing the topic. We will be dominant due to the experts that we have or that are joining us. So we would just like to go straight and start with Jeffrey as we say, welcome, Jeffrey.
So yes, I know what you were thinking. I was thinking it too. Oh Lord, are these your experts here? Yep. It's Andy Burks, right? Our good friend Collins over here, and Jeffrey Morlock, who we also adore here on our channel.
Jeffrey, and you roll on from there. Thank you. Hi guys, just wave if you would like to.
Boom. Okay, well, good day to you. Collins, man, it's good to see you. Andy, absolutely. I guess I'm going to have to start fighting back. I mean, I don't know, Now, do you want me to just start with the first topic out of the gate, or do you want to?
Yes, please. If you could, okay. Jeffrey, you can go ahead to talk about maybe commissions, payout, okay. Payment structures, process, and we go from there.
Sure.
Now, if you didn't see my video, please do go and check it out. We went through the whole affiliate agreement that they have, which is technically where like all their rules are for their compliance as well as their compensation plan. They just put it all in one document. It's fun.
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, we got a lot of stuff going on in the background, right? With OnPassive, and this is to say, obviously, that we are working 24/7 and doing a lot of really good stuff. Now, yesterday on 360, we had. I love how Mr. Mufareh put it.
See, now I don't mean compliance laws. Maybe I should explain. not the compliance of like the regulatory compliance that you have to follow when you run a business. Oh, no. Their compliance is more like, don't say mean things about Ash. If you talk bad about the company, we can kick you out. They also say not to make illegal income claims. We're going to get to that in a minute.
The three Mohammeds, triple trouble. I loved that. And right out of the gate, he didn't make any bones about it. He was talking about the commission process.
There you go.
And he said, hey, this is already the commission payout process is already it's on track. It's moving along, and to accomplish
what do you mean it's on track and it's moving? Nothing is happening. Not one thing is happening. Nobody's getting paid. How can you make a statement like that? Like they're moving along, like they're trying to still figure out the merchant? Because I believe that's where we are in it right now.
He said that there were some steps that were going to be put in place to accommodate the new merchant requirements. But the verifying process going on for this is for this evolution of payment only. Now, Andy, last week you had indicated that and said, hey, we got a merchant payment for this evolution of payment. So don't think it's verify or anything like that, right? Because the process actually includes verifying through the email addresses, and they talked about that. But this first round of payout identification or authentication, if you will, is not using our very own O-Verify. So we're going to have to go through that again when we start to use O-Verify. We'll have to go through this process. But for now, everything's fine. We don't need to do anything except keep our eyeballs on.
So we are waiting for O-Verify then, if we go by what Jeffrey's saying here. That could be a very long time.
On our emails, right? Our O-Mail and our alternative or alternate email that we've got for our accounts, because we don't want to have the payment process withdrawals working and then we not know it because we haven't checked our email. I mean, if that happens, it's really going to throw a wrench in the works for Mr. Mufareh's tracking process. Not to mention the fact that you're not going to
You know what, Jeffrey? Your privilege is kind of showing here. Because I have to be real with you. I feel like a lot of the people that are in this thing are kind of in dire need of the money that it promised them. They're checking their wallets for it. The issue isn't that they like forgot they were going to get money, went and lived life. No. They're like on the edge of their seat going, okay, they keep saying money's going to be in here. How come it's not in here? And the way you spoke about that, and you're like, make sure you check your email. So when the payment comes in, the email tells you they're checking the wallets.
Any kind of payment. So that's kind of what they said in a nutshell about commission payout.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. Collins, I just want to leave it open so that you add from where you think it's necessary. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, let me come. I know Andy is the financial person, and Andy will blow it up. So let's look at it very well. I look at it from the technical standpoint. So we're talking about O-Verify, and there are a lot of people were saying, okay, I requested why this, why that. This is out of ONPASSIVE arena. ONPASSIVE can do it, but remember the verification process is taking place out of ONPASSIVE. This particular, payment.
Yeah, you're using a third party. You're using a third-party site after you said that you would never need to use third-party things in your business. A little sad.
Merchants pay.
I mean, you're the ones that said you wanted to take over the internet. One-stop shop, right? So, I mean, technically, again, the issue here is that Ash didn't figure this stuff out over the last 5 years. No one should be waiting. Okay, there shouldn't be any problem. There were 5 years. All right, come June, this thing starts heading into its 6th year of like being a so-called company. I've never in my life seen a company around for 5 years, allegedly working around the clock, and they haven't even figured out their payment merchant issues. Like, how are we going to get the money to people when they make commission? That should have been like one of the first things that Ash figured out at the very beginning of this. Like it's ridiculous at this point. Oh, Verify is 10 times better than the third-party site. For them, it will be, right? But we got some questions about Verify in terms of its security.
They have their own verification process, you know, and we have to abide in it. But it is legal, it's global. It's not like they are doing something silly, but it's because they need to adhere with the international standard of compliance and everything. But they have the way they have build it within the system. So
see, a lot of them either work like at a job and then they do this in their spare time somehow. But most of the people in this thing are retirees. So they got time, but it's the point, you know? It's holding Ash accountable. If he said people were going to get paid by Christmas, and like I said, that's kind of a gross promise to make and then not actually accomplish that in any way. Like, I'm pretty sure he ruined several people's Christmas this past year.
ONPASSIVE has nothing to do with that. I know people say, okay, why do we have to do verification again, like the way Jeffrey said, when we have Verify? Wrap your head around. This is me talking, not ONPASSIVE. I'm talking from the way I understand it. It's not ONPASSIVE. When we come with a payment.
See, and that's the thing. Joe says Ash never thought far enough ahead that he'd need to pay out anyone. I'd argue he never had it in his plan to pay out anyone. Ever. Not even once. And then we showed up, right, to start holding him accountable. And then the SEC came. And then they were basically like, hey, now you have to start like running this business as you say that you have. And now he's like trying to get everything done that he should have been working on because he never planned to pay anyone. I think this was going to be an exit scheme. He was going to drop one product, get all of them to pay for it, and then we'd never hear from him ever again. He would just disappear to Dubai or something, right? But then people started to hold him accountable. Spencer started doing his videos. We showed up. SEC investigation. I'm thinking he probably knew that they were being investigated before, like, we knew, because they requested documents from their, like, you know what I mean? So he would have kind of known.
Payment processor, it goes through legality and compliance. When you hear Mr. Mufareh talking about lawyers are going from A to B, going to Europe, to America, all of those things. It's about knowing the compliance process of what doing pay in and pay out. Compliance go with the code and everything. You have to build it inside. Now, our verification process will kick in when we start to use our payment processor, because all of those things come with compliance. When we said, all right, we don't need third party again, because Mr. Mufareh idea is to bring everything in-house to facilitate the way ONPASSIVE do business with the global market. What will happen? We go through it again, because when third party is not involved, because I've used third party, when they go with everything. You cannot call them again and say, you know what, come and do my verification. They'll tell you, pay me to do your verification. We are not with you anymore, so we don't have any business with you. You need to do your stuff. Now, what's happening? ONPASSIVE is building the system so we can verify, because remember, pay in, pay out will continue to infinity. And what we need is to have a system we can pay in and pay out, and it goes through verification process. That's it. ONPASSIVE is building that, and it needs to go through legality, compliance, and all of those stuff. When it's in the market, the reason why we need to do it again, because we are using a new merchant, which is ONPASSIVE, and we need to go through that legal process again, because the one that we are using, we call it the outsource or the third party, they are gone, and they're gone with everything.
This is such baloney. Like, this is just an excuse so that they don't have to actually blame Ash for not having anything sorted out by now.
It is their process, it's not our process. You cannot go and contact them again. They'll tell you, we have no business with you. So I just want to add that with what Jeffrey is saying. And when Ash is saying this, let us go back, rewind our mental state, and ask ourselves, why do we need to do it? If I'm not dealing with comfort, I call comfort. Comfort will tell me, pay me. I don't have any business with you because the contract is already broken. I'm done with you. If you need my services, you have to pay me again. I know, Andy, you add more with that, but comfort, let me throw it back to you.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll just let Andy roll as well. It's free today.
I'm on a roll, yeah. I think what you've got to bear in mind is that there are what they class as anti-money laundering regulations. That means that we have to prove where money comes from, where it's going to. And this differs country to country. And bearing in mind, we're in 220 odd countries. So the issue may be that in the UK, for instance, you need a certain type of verification. In Ghana, it might be totally different. In Papua New Guinea, it might be.
Yeah, but like, again, why has that not been figured out for the last 5 years? Like, what were you all doing?
Totally different. And I know it differs dramatically just between the UK and the States. So, you know, we have these new online systems these days, certainly with things like cryptocurrency, where you can twist your face about and, you know, you show a picture with your passport and what have you. And oftentimes that's pretty good enough. In the financial services industry,
What?
It wouldn't be. But
that's because cryptocurrency is a scam.
This is slightly different. But we still have to prove that we are who we are in order to receive that payment.
Joe, there are 5 million countries on the earth, on the flat earth.
So, you know, you are going to get some people being asked questions. Some people will be sent an email for verification purposes, etc. Because, again, bearing in mind, when we complete the setup of an email, you put your name and address and your telephone number in, and you know, this is a safe account, this is my telephone number, and all of those can link in a lot of the countries to who you are and where you're from. So all they're doing at the moment is making sure. Now, when we've got O-Verify, again, what the legal process is O-Verify has to make sure that it complies with all 220 countries, which is, again, potentially an issue, but that's what's being worked on. All the legal advisors have got to make sure that the anti-money laundering regulations are met from each country's perspective. So again, Dubai differs from the UK, and we've got
again 5 years to work that out. This again just makes me really feel like Ash never had the plan to pay out. Like, he didn't look into anything about how to pay these people out. And now he's like scrambling and he's like, oh my God, it's a bigger thing than I realized. You mean I have to like actually pay attention to the laws in all the countries of all the people I signed up? Crazy.
Got a lot of customers in Dubai. I'm sure Egypt is slightly different as well. So, you know, in the UK, for instance, we have PO Box, but we also have a physical address with a postcode, etc. In Dubai, we used to have to verify customers by actually physically writing how you get to the address. And it's, you know, fourth exit off the Sheikh Zayed Road, number 2421, third camel along on the right-hand side, second house on the left. This type of scenario is very difficult to do. So obviously these rules and regulations have to differ per country, and that's really where we are with the legal side of things. We've got to get that right and got to make sure that every country is on board with that and happy to accept what we're going to provide via O-Verify.
Again, 5
Thank
years.
you, Andy. I think earlier on, Jeffrey, if I got you well, you made some emphasis on the reason why people should be watching out on their emails and stuff. Could you visit that again to maybe for slow learners like myself and a few who are watching now or later, the importance of watching out on our emails now? And then if you like, you can connect to the next point, whether being a payment structure process or connect, whatever you like to do, please.
Sure. When we're talking about the emails, that's how the when we get notified of a pending withdrawal, and there's
he doesn't even know. He's like, okay, yeah, I'll explain it.
saying, hey, we're starting to activate and work on this withdrawal. The way they're going to let you know they're working on your withdrawal is by sending you an email. It should go to both your own mail and your alternate email addresses. So every day you need to be checking that, because once that first 100 goes through and they double up or however it is they do it, it's going to start coming harder and faster. And you just don't want to.
Critical Thinker says, Verify was supposed to be launched November 3rd, 2023. Where is it? None of the LCs talk about that. This is them kind of talking about it. This is the most you'll get, is them putting the blame on other things. Like, oh my God, who knew that when you signed up people in all 5 million countries on our earth, that when you're paying out to them, you would have to follow the laws for business and the regulations for business in those countries. I mean, it's astonishing. And, it's not their fault or Ash's fault that they have to do that. That's the fault of the governments. And then it's also the fault of the merchant that they're using right now, because, they're also trying to figure it out, apparently. And it's a very big problem, you see. So that's why they're not getting paid, and Verify is taking so long. And it's like, just say, Ash hasn't done anything. He wasn't planning on paying us out. And now he has the SEC basically making him. So he's scrambling to figure out what to do. And it's a lot harder when you're red flagged as a scam in the system, isn't it?
Be sitting there for 3 days with emails in your email basket saying, hey, go check this out and do this and this and this, because we need to get you paid. And if you're just sitting there not checking your emails, you're not going to know they're trying to pay you. On their side of that, that's going to gum up the works a little bit, kind of. So we really just need to be diligent and then help them to help us, so that we double check the emails. If you don't see it in your original inbox, then, check spam too. You never know. I don't know where, what address the merchant's going to be.
Oh my God. This is like the login issue. Well, did you check your email? There might be a link in your email that you have to click on. Maybe that's why you didn't get paid. Maybe they already emailed you and you just didn't check your spam folder.
But it is conceivable that it may go into a spam or some other mailbox. So kind of check that and just be diligent, because we want things to work right. And this is part of how we make that work right. Now, having said that, Mr. Mufareh he went into quite a few things, but he also talked about and had some folks on there. You probably remember that there was what he called the three Mohammeds. I loved it. Muhammad Kamal, Muhammad Nazal, and Muhammad Murad. And they...
Yep, we know the Mohammeds. It was so funny.
Started talking about Connect, right? Saying that it'd been like 10 months since we started subscribing to it. And since the start of that, we've seen, it's been incredible. We've seen a refund of the $97. We've seen reduced payments. We've seen free extensions, right? Anybody looking at this in the amounts that...
Okay, again, the $97 returned to them was returned in Ocoin, which they cannot do anything with. It would be like somebody paying you in cryptocurrency that's not on an exchange yet. Like you were in Eli Regalado's index coin scam. It literally the exact same thing. It's a currency, a cryptocurrency, one that's only online, and it isn't even on the exchange anywhere. It is only to be used within ONPASSIVE products. Right? So it's not really a refund when you're not getting it in money that you can then put on your bills because you've been waiting for money from this thing for 5 years and it hasn't paid you a cent. It's just like when a company credits you. You know, they're like, oh, well, here's some credits that you can only use on our site. It's like, oh, gee, thanks. Yeah, no, that makes it better, you know? So the funny thing about that is Ash wants it to appear like he's given that money back, but they can only spend it with him. So essentially, that money goes back into his pocket the second that they buy OConnect the next time. So is it actually paying them back? Or was he just ensuring that he can get more of a so-called payment from people in future? Gotta ask yourself that. Right? I'm just saying that's not really paying them back. Extending that OConnect, like, subscription, it wasn't working. It was crashing. It was buffering. They paid for a product to work. Okay? They were also told that they were going to get payments coming in before they would ever have to pay out for it again. Right? Some people had to buy this. Okay? Like, they had to buy this product to use it. So, you know when somebody purchases something and then there's something wrong with it and then they get a refund, or they get it extended if it's a subscription? It's the bare minimum that you guys could do since you didn't provide what you said OConnect was going to be. All right? It's not like an extra nice thing that Ash has done for you. Like, you guys keep acting like this subscription being put off for another few months so that you get it for like 5 months. Yeah, because he had to. It's not a good thing. It's not extra. So, no, the O founders haven't gotten anything here. They got $97 in O coin that they can only spend on OConnect right now. Yay. You said you were going to help them with their generational wealth. Remember that?
We've been receiving this, can surely recognize that Mr. Mufareh and ONPASSIVE as a whole has left millions and millions of dollars kind of on the table just because they've given us a lot of freebies.
Oh, my favorite ONPASSIVE person is here. Hi, Lee. ONPASSIVE is gonna win. Trophy. Even the naysayers may dislike. Thumbs down. It. ONPASSIVE will succeed because we are on the truth. Let's see it.
Now, having that in mind, the ability to subscribe through crypto is still active. It will be for a couple more days or so, just in case, you know, some folks might want to subscribe, even though Mr. Mufareh was pretty clear. He said,
right.
You know, if you...
He didn't mean this generation. He meant he'd have it figured out by the time that their grandkids could join ONPASSIVE. Right? That's what it was. So not yet a lot.
If you haven't subscribed right now, you probably won't. But there's a couple more days that we're working on some other things, and it's not going to hurt to keep the crypto up. So you got a couple more days. But within days, that's going to go away. So there's not going to be any more OConnect at this price. In fact, the next time we see OConnect, they were saying that it's likely going to be a new release with a brand new price. Now, once the crypto payments do go away, Mr. Mufareh indicated that we're not going to be accepting any more subscription payments at all until the balances for the requested withdrawals are cleared. And he had Mr. Mohammed Murad kind of chime in on this. He's ONPASSIVE's Director of Information Technology. And he actually said that the new version of OConnect is focused on scalability and stability. And Mr. Mufareh had told us that a week or so ago, right? And they also talked...
It's always been that way. The old one was supposed to do that.
Talked about the AI components over the last couple of weeks. And Mr. Murad said that we're going to notice not only the AI components, but there's also new designs and dashboards within OConnect, and that OConnect is actually on track for the rollout, and it's going to be available soon. Mr. Murad also told us that, as Collins, you were saying, that O-Verify is also going to be out. The application for it is going to be out soon as well.
Didn't they do a live stream again recently? And they said that they're adding 2 new features to the O Connect, and that's going to be their new update. Or did I have a fever dream because I watch this stuff too much?
Thank you again, Jeffrey and Collins. I just want you to pick. It also caught my attention when I saw this, that All Connect is going to be focused on scalability and stability. Can you just touch on that, Collins, please?
Yeah. So it's like, before I come to that, I just want to talk about, the costing, because we are not paying more before the scalability and that the costing that we are not paying, but it's costing the company more because they've reduced the price. They are not getting. Remember, we pay once and we've not paid anything for 10 months for those who came in and they activated their own Connect. Wow. The company is building and we are not paying anything. That is true. Because though we have migrated into our own data center, the cloud service, people say, oh, it's not costing. Remember, the maintenance within the cloud is costing the company. The engineers who are working the day and night, remember, they are paying them monthly for 10 months. If you look at the salary of let's say the data scientist, the QA engineer, they are thousands of, let's say 200. Put 200 expert. It's a lot of money. Wow. If you put it down, it's a lot of money. Because today I was chatting with Oliver. I said, all right, just imagine if Mr. Ash Mufareh said they want to hire 4 of us, you, Vincent, and I, how much would they pay us? If we want to debate our price, that's a lot of money. We cannot even say it. It's a lot of money to go in for ONPASSIVE based on our experience. Now, you think about the engineer building that and nothing is coming in from our own point because we just pay once. It's costing the company. It means how they are getting the money to pay, only God knows, to cover all the costs, cover the building, the electricity, the servers that are running, all these things is cost. But now we have to just appreciate that they are doing something good for us because they can charge us and say, you know what, those who want, they can say, all right, we've changed this thing because remember the NDA, they can decide and say, we're going like a traditional business. If you want to stay in, fine. If you want to go, bye. Thank you very much. You've used the software as a service. You've used the O Connect and that's it. Those who will stay in will still be successful, 100%. But now if you look at it.
But I thought everyone there was a family member. Was a brother and a sister. Someone that you really cared for. You were going to save their life. Oh, but if they have a problem, they can just leave and bye-bye. Don't care what my hands of that person, huh? Should open your eyes. If you're in this thing. They only care about you because you're in this. They basically say it on stream often. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be cared about just because of like a scam I'm in. That doesn't sound fun.
Scalability. They have already built O Connect. What they are doing now is the testing part of it to see how many concurrent users will be on it. Say, all right, they started with.
Wait, what? One of the LCs mentioned today, someone got a mail which went into their spam, which, by the way, like all of the O mail will go to spam, or it will straight up have a report on it saying this is a dangerous email, like it's not secure whatsoever. You have to pretty much like go into your Google if that happens and then mark it as a safe website, which I don't recommend doing since we don't have any proof it's a safe website. So maybe the warning's a good idea, But by the time they looked at it, it had dissolved. So it seems your payment instructions self-destruct quickly. It's like an Inspector Gadget. This mail will self-destruct. And then it blows up and Penny's like, Uncle Gadget, watch out, Am I the only one that watched that show as a kid? I hope not. But yeah, no, that's not a thing. That shouldn't be a thing. at all. Worrisome.
The old O Connect, you know, we hit almost 50,000 to 75,000, maybe 100,000. I forgot, but we hit more than that. Now with the new O Connect, they need to scale it up, they stabilize it. Say 25,000. Let's see how 25,000 participants running different meetings concurrently. How will the system react? That is the stability, the scalability of it. So all right, we want to try with 25,000 or 10,000. Let's run a meeting with it, and then let multiple people try different meeting with 10,000. They have the capacity of doing it, or 100 or 500. They run that meeting simultaneously, and they have a software that can do it. A software can simulate 1 million people at the same time. Like Jeffrey Murdoch is sitting there, click that button. It's like Jeffrey Murdoch has cloned himself 1 million.
You can't keep saying this when you haven't done it one time. Like, what was the most that they had on the screen? It wasn't a lot. Like, and I doubt that you've had that many people at any of your O Connect meetings. So you can say that all you want, but there is no proof that O Connect can actually do this, and it hasn't been done yet.
Million times. And then Jeffrey Murdoch now can decide to say, all right, I want Jeffrey Murdoch, 1 million Jeffrey Murdoch to display 10,000 meetings. A system can do a software. There's a software called Stress Stimulus. People don't know. I've used it a lot. Stress Stimulus can do that. It simulates you and then run it, and you see there automated system that can run the system and behave as if 1 million people are sitting in a meeting and is running concurrently with 1 million meetings. They can test that and they say, wow, we are good to go. That's robotic testing. Move again to the next, again, say, yes, we are happy because the system is unshakable. Move it to the next environment, test it again with 1,000, with more than that. And when they are happy, they say, yeah, the system now, they look at the errors, what the errors is throwing, and they say, oh, we cannot handle this. They go back to the system and say, all right, let's try to see how we can split that to different servers in the data centers, you know, balance it and scale it up again, make sure the system is running. Do that over and over again, and they say, we are happy with it. And remember, when they move it to live environment, this O Connect we are using, what happened? Nothing happened because they have already tested. They know it will not shake when it comes to performance-wise. And that's the scalability and the stability of the software they are running now. When they found any little issue, they'll just tweak it and go, because it's not measured. They just that because they want to hit it to the maximum capacity. So anything that will come, like anything like bugs, or not really bugs, we just said any discrepancy of the software, they'll just adjust it and then move on. And that's it. That's what they are doing now. When Mr. Moran talk about it, we are just scaling up and stabilizing.
That's what you do with technology, though, and constantly. So, like, this is my thing. You have a tech team right now, and it's all hands on deck on O Connect to get this new one out. And then all hands on deck on O Verify. But you should have a tech team where you have different people working on different softwares at the same time. And then you have a team that updates the website twice a week or whatever it is, you know? And then you also have like a trouble solving team that like goes in and fixes any of the issues. But you don't have that. So it's not like you're going to make the software O Connect, release it, and then never have to change anything ever again because it's just going to be absolutely perfect anyway. And nobody was expecting that. But it's a really long way, in my opinion, from being what you're saying it's going to be. And O Verify doesn't even exist yet.
Scaling and stabilizing.
Wow. All right. Thank you. And of course, over to you, Mr. Bucks.
I mean, obviously, Collins is the technical guru. What I took out of it was two further things. First of all, there are all of these additional extras that are coming on, and Jeffrey made the point about this new AI stuff that will actually enhance what we've got. The second, and probably more importantly for me to understand, was this the what Ash was explaining about the fact that the company will be paying out more than anyone else. So this has potentially created issues because there are just always going to be people that don't like that. But I'm taking it from a positive point of view to say,
What?
hold on a second, we've got a company.
What does that mean? Are you saying that the merchants are jealous because ONPASSIVE is getting so much payments? Like, what are you even talking about?
It's paying out more than anybody else here.
That's not a thing.
And that is phenomenal. You know, we've got a system that is far better, far superior to its nearest closest and all of the other rivals put together. And then you're going to get paid more than anyone else would do.
You're not getting paid more than anyone else, though. And if I have to, I will put a whole presentation together. I literally will. Where we can compare your alleged compensation plan to that of every single other MLM. It's pretty much the same. And I know that you think, oh, well, we get 100% commission on the first sale, so we're actually giving them more than everybody else. Well, in all the other companies, they have bonuses where you get free products and stuff. So that equates to the exact same in many, many cases. A lot of them, they'll give you the starter kit for free if you like sign up the 3 people underneath you or whatever. So it's not, it's literally the exact same as all the other MLMs. You're not doing more than Amway is. You're not doing more than ItWorks is. You're not doing more than Sensi is. It's the same.
You know, that for me was very interesting purely because I'm the numbers guy. So I immediately sat down and started playing with figures, as you do. But interestingly enough, it's all about direct clients. It'll be about getting direct clients coming in, and that's really where we're going to win. But this is very shortly going to go viral, and that's when it starts to get really interesting. And this is just the first product, guys. The first product, really, that's paid product. Just wait until all the others start coming out. We're going to have a plethora.
See, but this is the thing. You're claiming that you're having issues right now when you're just trying to sell one product. I'm kind of scared for if anything else comes out. I gotta be honest. Like, are we gonna recycle through all the same problems every single time that they release something? Because, history does tend to repeat itself.
Yes, a plethora of them, and we're just swimming in it from left, right, front, and back. So, Jeffrey,
oh, comfort, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, you're swimming in something, but it ain't that.
I just want to leave it. Let me see how much I'll try not to ask questions today. Jeffrey, the next new thing is yours.
Well, you know what? I love the fact, Andy, that you talked about the generosity, because Mr. Mufareh yesterday afternoon.
This is when it starts, in my opinion. This moment when Andy kind of jumps on and he's all like, oh, well, Collins is the tech guy. But this is when it has undertones now going forward of it just being like this ass-kissing session amongst the 4 of them. And, obviously also kissing Ash's ass the whole time. And then, talking up the products. It gets a little cringy with that.
He started talking about payment structures and the process and stuff.
And it was just so amazing. This is so amazing what he talked about. Fabulous. I loved it. I loved every word you said.
That's where he ended up, talking about our generosity, right? He came out and gave us a lot of good background or context in saying that a few years ago he had personally planned to have a variety of different pay structures, but because of the magnitude and the momentum of our business on passive and what's happened in the last 3 years specifically, that each one of those had to be tested, Collins, as you had said, for legal viability, right? To see if they could stand up against the legal scrutiny that we had to go through. And as a result, there have been a lot of pay structures that have been shared with legal teams across the globe in different countries under different regulations, right? To make sure that that payment structure that we deploy is going to be sound, that it's going to be okay to use in all circumstances. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, we got to make sure they're legal.
Oh my God, guys, it's already illegal in the USA. Just because you say that in order to make money, you have to purchase a product. That's illegal in the USA. It's illegal here in Canada. I don't know about the UK and elsewhere, but I bet you they're similar. I bet you they also don't like that. When you're running an MLM, you're not allowed to tell people, or any business for that matter, you're not allowed to make it their payment stipulated on whether or not they bought something. Okay? Whatever money they make is the money they make, and they shouldn't have to buy a product from the company. Jesus, imagine if wherever you guys work, okay? Like, think of your workplace. Imagine if you could not get paid until you bought, like, whatever your workplace does. So, like, you building up cars, you better buy a car every single fucking paycheck. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. It's literally against the law. The FTC in the US says, no, don't do that. And that's technically where Ash's main office is. And that's why usually we're talking, like, there isn't an office here in Canada. So my laws only matter to, like, the O founders that live here, for example. But the head office for this thing, since it's in the US, technically that's their regulatory agency. It would be like the SEC, the FTC, etc., right? And the FTC says, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to run a company with a compensation plan and then force them to buy a product to get paid. Completely illegal. So, are you taking it to lawyers in all the countries? Did the lawyers that wrote me the Dear There letter, are they the ones that took a look at it? I'm just wondering. Because, like, it is illegal. In several places, I believe.
Right? That they meet with the regulatory compliance
like
and such. And so, yeah, it's taken a bit of time, but in the long run, it's going to be a major benefit for us long term, because it talks to our long term stability of our payment system. And that has got to be right. It's just got to be right. But he said, you know, we did this because we know what we're doing is a very disruptive thing, right? Simply because of, and this is where it ties in what Andy said, it's disrupted simply because of our generosity. And we're
See, and this is what I mean, though. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. There are companies out here. There's literally agencies dedicated to doing humanitarian projects for communities. And they pay all their employees. A lot of them have employees, right? They got to pay them. It's like everyone has to get paid for their job, right? Like, I don't know where any of them get the idea that, like, people are jealous of them because, like, anything to do with technology, they're way behind. Like, we're still in 1995 tech over here. No one's looking at this thing going, damn, I wish I thought of OConnect. Not one person. But then also this other shit that they're talking today, I'm just like, no, nobody's like, oh, this company wants to help people. We need to stop them. Actually, people usually get mad at companies when they aren't doing, like, ethical business, trying to help people. You know, staying green is a big thing still here in Canada. So, like, if anything, it's quite the opposite. If you're a company and you're bringing in mass amounts of money and you're not doing something to, like, help the world in some way and donating some of it to something, you usually get called out here. So I don't know where you could even get the idea that people are like, we need to stop this ONPASSIVE thing because it might actually give everybody generational wealth. And then it might actually bring water to people that don't have water where they are and build them data centers so they can use the internet. Oh no, we got to stop them right now. How dare they? I wanted to be the one to do that. Like, no, go do it. Please. The issue is that you're not going to do it. It's all just fluff. What I call fluff. It's just talk. It's just the pretty fluff to make it look nice.
Genuinely getting challenged because it looks so good. It almost looks like, hey, it's too good to be true, right? There's got to be a catch. So before it gets done, before any of these things get implemented in a
Agent Shillbot says, I think his exit strategy is run out the clock collecting O-coin subs until the court case, then blame the SEC for shutting ONPASSIVE down. See, it could very much be. He is moving funds to other places. It looks like he is getting ready to go. I'm always wondering if this will be the week that we wake up and then Ash Mufareh all of a sudden this week has just disappeared.
Now it gets evaluated through the legal teams that you were talking about, Collins. You see, sometimes
QAnon's coming for ONPASSIVE.
When we put something like that out, it'll get accepted in some countries, but it won't be allowed in others.
That's what I mean. Like, it's almost like they're acting like the SEC would be like, we got to stop this company from helping out humanity. And it's like, no, that's not a thing. Like, they're really, guys, it's literally the SEC, the government agency. They might be a little pissed at the FTC as well, because they have gotten a small little warning, slap on the hand kind of thing in the past from them. And then literally, like, Spencer, Alonda, myself, ONPASSIVE reviews, right? Scam Passive, and like a handful of other channels that for whatever reason I just can't say your list off the top of my head. That's it. Those are the only people that are really like so-called after them, I guess you could say, who are actively paying attention to everything that they're doing and reporting on it and reporting them to the agencies when need be. Okay? So I'm like, I'm not doing anything to stop that. I know damn well the recovering Huntbot, she's not doing anything to stop you from actually helping people, right? If you were actually going to be doing it, nobody would be stopping you. So where does this come from? Like, even when Ash says it, because these guys really get it from Ash, right? I'm like, but why? It's almost like the flat earth conspiracy theory. And you're like, but why would they lie to us? I'm like, but why would they want to stop you?
Additionally, other situations may provide that officials might feel, while there's no legal reason to deny it, they just don't believe that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, right? I mean, they're skeptical, right? Because we're giving away too much, like Andy was saying. And that the
No, Jeffrey, no, sweetie, no. It's not because of that. It's because we've literally watched this thing from start till now. Okay? Literally. Okay, it's been 5 years of failures. Okay? It's like, if I keep trying to walk up a snow hill and I keep on falling down because I'm in high heels, and I just keep on trying to walk up that snow hill, and I just keep falling down, my friends at the top watching me are just going to keep assuming that the next step I take, I'm going to fall. Okay? Same sort of thing. Like, when you're watching something like this and Ash is continuously making promises and then not carrying through, we kind of start to go, I don't think that these guys are going to do anything that they say they're going to do. And trust me, I had a lot of hope. Okay? I still have hope sometimes. And my commenters get mad at me. And they're like, Queen, why the hell would you think that this is actually going to happen? Jeez. Okay? We want you to do what you keep saying you're going to do. The problem is it doesn't get done. And it doesn't get done when you say you're going to do it. And most of the time, it just doesn't get done at all. And then it disappears and we never hear about it again. Like, what the fuck happened to Catmo? We even have a song about it. You guys released a whole song and everything. And then it just, poof, never heard about it again. So we're kind of like, all right, yeah, they say they're going to pay out by Christmas. Doesn't happen. Say they're going to pay out by New Year's. Doesn't happen. By the end of January, doesn't happen. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Okay? It's February 14th. All right? And people still haven't gotten paid. It's not crazy for us to be over here going, this thing never does anything that it says it's going to do. We want you to. And honestly, if people weren't here like us and the SEC to hold Ash accountable, you wouldn't be as far in this thing as you are. Like I said, I don't think he ever planned to pay out. That's why nothing happened with it until just now. 5 years. If you were actually building a company over 5 years, one of the first things you would figure out is how you are going to pay everyone in it. What methods are you using? How are you getting the money from their wallet into their hands? You know, like, come on, Jeffrey.
The company's just too generous. It's got to be a ruse. So, gotta love it.
Sure. Thank you, Jeffrey. So, my sister, Dr. Benny, just asked for a question I was going to ask, and I'm for some reason wanting Andy to start up on this. Andy, are you motivated though? Please tell us more about the payment structures.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, there will be a new payment structure in place as we have a new price structure for OConnect. What Jeffrey was referring to is in the
right. It's so funny because right now in hustle culture and with all the entrepreneur stuff, like everyone's like, everyone can quit their 9 to 5, and I'm like, no, they really can't. Who is going to be running our world if everyone is at home doing MLMs from home? Like him. All right? That doesn't work.
Past, it's previous that were originally looked at or discussed 5-6 years ago. That's changed. That's changed entirely, and so we don't fully understand or don't know all of the exact figures at the moment. What we can tell you is obviously the first customer you're going to get 100% of whatever the customer pays, and then any subsequent customers that you take on directly, whether that's yourself or the company, is 25% of what they pay. So you know, once we've got a clearer picture as to the pricing, the new pricing structure for OConnect, then you know, you can start to work out figures. But there's more.
Yep, you heard that right. The new pricing for OConnect. Yeah, you know, they made it better. So the price has to go up now.
More to it than that. And again, a lot of this information has not been shared from exactly what Jeffrey has said. The fact of the matter is that you can't please everybody all of the time. Yeah, but you've got to find a common denominator that will be accepted by 220 countries. So, you know, and this really is, for me, that's like, oh, thank you. Now I understand. Yeah, because not knowing for me has been a frustration, especially as that's the bit I really understand. But now I get it. And looking at the bigger picture, I kind of thought that.
You mean you were indoctrinated and manipulated to see it from their point of view? That's what you really mean.
Might be the issue, but now I know. So yeah, you got 220 countries, and we're putting those details out to 220 countries, and I bet half of them are going, no, you can't do that. That's way too much. But that's the way it is, you know. And to be fair, what you've also got to take into consideration is this is a
Guys, how many countries are in the world?
private company. It's not a public company. We don't issue shares on a stock market. We're not beholden to shareholders. The fact of the matter is that he can do what he likes. But let's make things, it's called the KISS principle, isn't it? Keep it simple. And ultimately, Mr. Mufareh has to make sure that everybody's happy with the system. Because if you've got one country that says, I'm not going to accept that, yeah, and everybody else starts getting paid, but the one country who's got affiliates in that country can't get paid, you go, that's created a problem. Now that's a problem for the entire company.
And this is why you wouldn't sign people up in different countries until you figured all of that stuff out. Because what if there is a country that has some rules that makes it so that you can't pay? Well, you know, I'm sure that there is a country or two out there that do that. You know what I mean? And then in that case, you don't sell to that country. China doesn't like foreign MLMs. You seem to think you're going to get there, though. It's like, so then don't sign people up that are there, because you probably won't be able to get them to actually be a part of it and pay them out. But instead, everything happens backwards in ONPASSIVE. So Ash signed up a bunch of people and then went, oh shit, what do I do now that I've taken all these people's money?
Whether we're playing, you know, 219 out of the 220 countries, it doesn't matter. Everybody has to make sure that the payment system works where they are going to be or where they are. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much. Do you gentlemen have anything at all to add to what Andy has just said, please?
Yeah, I have something to ask the Comfort. I'll just to take a different spin.
I love how Comfort always does these live streams, but then like she never adds anything. Like she's just the host. You know? She's like the black female Ryan Seacrest of this. And she's just like, okay, back to you, Andy. All right, now, Jeffrey, can we hear from you, please? It's like, does she not have a mind of her own? Does she not add to the conversation? No, not really. Not really.
Go for it.
You know, a lot of people think about payment because that's what they came in. But I want to take a different spin of payment. Payment structure will depend on why you came into ONPASSIVE. The reason there are let's say
no. You're not paying people with friendship and community. You stop that, Collins. You stop that right now.
30% of those who come into ONPASSIVE, they are there to make money. 70% are not coming for anything. They are coming to use the value. So it depends on what you are looking for in ONPASSIVE. Are you in ONPASSIVE to use the top-notch product to enhance your business, to optimize productivity?
Yeah, because if you're here for products, you'll probably be disappointed.
You know, get better value of your money. Right. What you get, you will never get out there. Are you in ONPASSIVE to get that? Because remember, there are companies in their millions coming into ONPASSIVE, and they are not coming because
there are companies in the millions coming to ONPASSIVE. Could you maybe name like 5 of them? Name 5 big companies that we would be able to recognize by name and brand that have come into ONPASSIVE. Seriously. You keep saying this, but when I go and I check out everything on ONPASSIVE, it's just all you ONPASSIVE jackasses back there hanging out and hanging out on webinars. I haven't seen like one stream where it's like, we just signed up a Fortune 500 company. Check this out. It's like, no. If people promote their MLM business, you guys call it a scam and then kick them out and claim that they're trying to scam people in ONPASSIVE after you told them that this thing was going to run their business for them. It's like, would you think other MLM hunts were going to come there and then not promote their MLMs too? They're doing the same thing you are. The only reason why they're coming in there is so that they can sign all of you up for their MLMs. I mean, you don't give a fuck about them. You just want to get their commission money, right? It's so crazy.
They want to get anything out of it. They want to use.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I have no clue where these stats come from. We just like pull out these statistics of like, this percentage of people are here for this. I don't know. I think the only way that you would be fulfilled in this thing is if you were looking to join a cult.
The product, to minimize costs and to maximize profit. That is their own payment structure. That's what they want to get. So there are people who are coming because they think like, okay.
No, but that's okay. What he just said is that because of their payment structure with ONPASSIVE and how it runs, they're going to be able to make it so that their company is making more money and all that. No, it's not connected. The fact that ONPASSIVE gives you 100% commission on the first sale and then 25% after doesn't help other companies with their payment stuff at all. That was just a stupid statement. Instead, it makes them join the ONPASSIVE company and then make money off that. But it doesn't do anything for their existing company that they're trying to bring into ONPASSIVE, does it?
I just want to become an affiliate and make money. And we are sounding the affiliate to overpower the majority who are coming not for the money. Because when I look at other companies, I always go to IBM. They don't have affiliate, but millions of companies are going to IBM because they want to use the database, all what they are providing to enhance their business. Most of those they are coming for that. Tesla is there, Elon Musk. How many people are going as affiliate? They are going to buy Tesla car. Most companies are buying it because the electric car saves them a lot. So if we dumb down a little bit, I always said payment is not the only thing. If your idea is to know about payment structure, it means you are an affiliate. That's good for you. But remember, you are just the minority as compared to those who are coming for the value of ONPASSIVE. And this is the reason why ONPASSIVE was built for, to serve both, the minority who are looking for to make commission out of it, ONPASSIVE to build their business, because it's for everybody. But the 70%, I always look at the 70%. Though I don't say, no, the 30% are not important. They are very important, but the 70% that will bring that revenue, which the 30% are crying for, is those companies. And if we don't have a solution, a viable solution that will hit the market for them to look at it and say, wow, this is a company that I want to go, then the 30% will never be successful. So I want to dwell on those 70%.
But again, how does that make their existing company successful? This whole thing is supposed to make it so that when people are already in a business and having to make sales and stuff, that when they join this, it makes their existing business easier. But every time you go to explain how it makes their existing business easier in every way, shape, or form, you just list off the alleged value of what ONPASSIVE is and what it will give you. That's not making it easier for them at all. It actually doesn't affect their other business whatsoever. Like, how is the compensation plan at ONPASSIVE going to make it easier for other businesses to pay and save them time? It just doesn't.
That are looking for value, cost-effective products that will change, the way business work, the business atmosphere, automated, driven by AI. Remember what I said yesterday? He said, oil and gold can be found in limited countries. But AI, every country can build it. But the heart, who will get there first, is the one that will dominate the market. And ONPASSIVE is already there. So I always look at that side. I said, let us not dwell on that. Remember that they build a business, and the customers that are coming are the one to put, to put money in the affiliate pocket. Let us dwell on that 70%. How do they see ONPASSIVE? As a vibe, as a company that will provide them the value that they need for a cost-effective price. That's where I'm diving to, because that is the card.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Jeffrey, do you think you still want to chip into that, or do we move on to something new?
Well, I'll move on to something new, but we're going to come back to that value. I mean, that is a hot topic, and
I love it. She's like, sometimes I wonder if Comfort's even listening. Like, Jeffrey, do you want to talk on that, or are we moving on to something else? Just the way she says that. It's like, is she even listening and taking in what's being said here at all? Or is she just like running the show here?
that is a big, big, big deal. I mean, that's our bread and butter. That's what we're based on. One of the things, getting off of that just a little bit, one of the things that Mr. Mufareh was talking about last night, and I love how he does this, because when he gets waxing like he does sometimes, then he gives us a lot of context and a lot of background information that allows us to see a bigger, grander picture, and we understand things. Well, he was talking yesterday about how the ONPASSIVE journey has been stretched out. I was taking a bit longer than some would have expected. And he started by saying, he had a lot of really disruptive ideas, and some of them had to be dialed back simply because there are people, and we've experienced this in the past, internally to us, externally to us, that are just bad eggs, right? That they're not happy with what ONPASSIVE has been doing. And as a result, they'll take some information and mix it with some bad information, and they'll produce what Mr. Mufareh called yesterday, just poisonous ideas, and it's just lies and fake.
I've never once called anything over here poisonous other than your apples. And that was in private. How did you see that? No, literally your apples are like the apple in Snow White. I don't recommend anyone take a bite. I'm pretty sure they're poisonous. That's the only time I've ever said poisonous. That's not what the issue is here. If you were actually doing what you said you were going to do, it would be fine. But that's not what's being done. You can't lie to this many people, right? Like, lie to this many people constantly like this and get away with it. I can't have that.
Media and stuff, and that kind of activity has been done by people that's upset by the progress that we're making, and that bad information is being put out specifically to sabotage us. I mean, it's that kind of activity that's made it a lot more difficult for ONPASSIVE to get.
We don't want to sabotage you at all. That's not at all what anyone wants to do that is talking about you guys whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Forgive me. I'll even speak for Spencer and all the A-Log channels that do this. We actually want you to do what you say you're doing. We want Ash, when he tells people he's going to do something, to actually fucking do it. And do it when he told them he would do it. Okay? I hate all of this, like, oh, you're going to get paid by Christmas, and then Christmas comes and goes. And what? People's Christmases are ruined because maybe they were depending on that money because you literally all told them they had nothing to worry about. It was happening for sure. And now we're on to Valentine's Day pretty much. And like I said, still no payments. That's what we don't like. And then, instead of you holding him accountable and saying, hey, how come this shit isn't happening? The rest of us have to. The rest of us go, hey, this is what Ash said he was going to do. This is him not doing it. Now, open your eyes. Like, should you be saying these things, Jeffrey? Not one person wants to sabotage. If anything, we would all be much, much happier if you guys would actually do what you keep saying you're going to do, instead of just talking about it.
Things done. Mr. Mufareh and his teams, they had to work. I mean, he was real clear about this, saying, you know, we had to work diligently and relentlessly to come up with a good way to close all the loopholes that we were finding. And consequently, a lot of things had to be done that we just did not expect to have to do.
Oh no, that's not what he said, Jeffrey. You heard him totally wrong. He said that they were doing stuff illegally and they weren't following regulations. So he was looking for loopholes in order to do everything legally. That's actually what he said. I know, because I reacted to it right here on my channel. We all watched it together. And I was like mind blowing at the fact that he had kind of said that. I was like, whoa, that's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. That's what it was. Why would you trust a company that needs to find legal loopholes? All right, if I was a part of something and they told me, listen, we found this legal loophole in order to pull this shit, I'd be like, why do we gotta go through loopholes? Why are we not doing this legally? Like 100% across the board, legally. I don't want to be in anything that's doing anything illegal. I do not like to commit crimes. I don't think I would look good in orange. I don't want to go to jail. Never been, will never go. Okay? So this is what I mean. Like, I'm just like, what?
And we weren't going to do to start with things that weren't considered in what he calls original calculations or the original plans because of these things.
Because they were illegal? The way Ash wanted to run his business was illegal. He wanted to run it as a Ponzi scheme. Okay? And then he got told, I'm sorry, that's illegal. You can't do that. So now he's trying to find legal loopholes. There you go, Jeffrey. That's what happened.
Because of all these things and all this bad, all the stuff we're going through, that's why we've had to build such a huge system through what he calls a completely revamped process. That's how we've got the foundation under us.
Except you've changed it like 7 times. So, but whatever.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. I just want to connect this to for some reason too. I think we feel the same, Jeffrey. I'm so on about value, because, you know, Collins earlier on said the 70%, which he thinks are the people who are bringing in what we are after, they are coming for the value which will serve in their businesses. And Jeffrey, earlier on too, you were excited about the fact.
Yeah, but then when he went to explain about what value it would bring to other people's businesses, he just said it would make it easier for them to pay people and they'd be able to run their business quicker. And then everything had to do with receiving commissions from ONPASSIVE after that. So we're not really sure if it will help you run your business or not.
That Ash is not focused on profits, but on value. So can we just tackle this?
And what Scams Chad says here, dynamic pay structure that Ash will change at a moment's notice. Like, it actually says that in it. That's one of the points is here at ONPASSIVE, we have the right to change this dynamic pay structure whenever we want with no notice given and no reasons given. You can all be like knee deep in this thing, and then all of a sudden Ash says, now it's 100% commissions to me, guys. And like, although it would be hella illegal, I believe, but I mean, technically he could change his affiliate agreement to do that. I mean, it's not legally binding. It has mistakes all through it.
And move on from there, please. Maybe, Jeffrey, you would like to start again, and we'll hand over to Angie. Angie has been quiet for a while. I hope your lips don't get sealed up.
She like, maybe Jeffrey, you want to talk. Or maybe Annie will talk. I don't know. Annie's been quiet for a while. Hey, Jeffrey, do you want to start from the beginning of everything that you just said? Just say it all again.
Please.
So you want to talk about value? You want to talk about
Yeah, we just want to add to value, because Collins talked about value earlier on, that most of the customers that are coming, like the companies and organizations and so on, they're coming for the value.
I love how she's telling him what Collins just said while he's been here the whole time.
Meanwhile, the minority, which is you and myself and Collins, were coming in maybe to
gotcha.
Yes.
Right.
Gotcha.
So you, and then earlier on, you were happy to talk about the fact that the ONPASSIVE is not focused on profits,
Yeah.
but value. So
Yeah, that falls right into exactly what Mr. Mufareh was saying yesterday. I mean, ONPASSIVE has openly upset the financial apple cart, so to speak. So apples are going to be falling all over the place. Now,
what? I don't even know what that means. Like, you're acting like he's out here shaking apple trees.
and it's not because he's focused on money or anything, right? Because it's not about the money or the control like you see in a lot of other companies. It's about creating value. I mean, he was clear about this too. You see, ONPASSIVE, its focus is not on keeping profits housed, if you will, in coffers that are accessed by, privileged few, right? I mean, ONPASSIVE is focused on sharing that wealth, on sharing profits to such a degree that a byproduct of that generosity is the lifting of humanity, the raising of the human condition. And paraphrasing Mr. Mufareh yesterday, he said, we're known by our generosity. We give more than we should, and we enjoy it. It's our passion. So, I mean, as long as I'm at it, let me tell you, there are those that are rather upset with us for attempting to do this, to be so generous. And some of them are rather powerful people that don't want to share any of the control that they're feeling might slip away because of what we're doing, right? ONPASSIVE's doing it anyway, and we've been doing it for a while. Some of us are,
Yeah, I don't know if he knows what human conditioning is.
in our 6th year, others in 5th, 4th, 3rd, whatever. Regardless, if you're in it, you're going to win it. And the idea is that we're bringing success, even great success, to a lot of founders and anybody that joins with us, actually. And the plan beyond that is for all the folks that are being given success that join, we're going to, through our generosity, which is being modeled by Mr. Mufareh, we're going to reach to those around us and share what we've got, even if they don't join. So absolutely. Mr. Mufareh says creating value is huge.
Even if they don't join, they say, but a moment ago they were all like, yeah, you don't want to join us, you don't want to be a part of this thing, we wash our hands of you.
On Mr. Mohammed Nizal, right? Mr. Nizal he's an industry expert, top-notch leader. He's got communication skill. He's also a certified project manager professional.
Yeah, communications expert. That doesn't mean that you know all about technology, but I mean, if that's what you guys want to tell yourself, you can.
But anyway, he's the chief marketing officer for ONPASSIVE, and he says, we're making some amazing stuff that's going to soon shake things up. And he indicated that excitement and said, hey, this stuff, everything going on is fueling the team to getting us all excited because they know that we're in a league of our own. Well,
so you're throwing out the 50 products that we already knew about and making completely new ones then, because every single one of those things is already out here.
Mr. Mufareh said the reason that we're in that league of our own is because of the value that we create. So it is paramount. I mean, it's value. It's all about value. And he has never changed his tune about that. I mean, for years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Okay, because right now your company value is actually 0. You don't bring much to the table at all. You have this very, very expensive software that barely works. It buffers, it crashes. The website will crash sometimes. So you have no value in the products, let's say, right? No one's made a cent here other than Ash, who's made like far over 108 million, I'm sure. we know for sure he made 108 million, but then he's been paid by these guys since then as well for OConnect. So now we're beyond, like, it's more, right? Who knows what that amount was? Probably a lot more than 108 million, to be honest. If every single person that he got the 108 million from did sign up, let's say, that would be a lot. So no one's made a cent. So you're not on the stock exchange. So you don't have investors that are adding any type of worth to this. Usually, don't you have to, like, have stockholders or something for this? I'm just saying, like, to come up with the value of this thing, it's 0. I mean, the only value to be had here is if you're looking for community and a place to hang out. So if that's what you're looking for, yeah, but then you guys should just call yourself the ONPASSIVE Club and stop, like, pretending that people are going to make commissions and that you're going to even have products. Just throw the rest away.
And the value is something that, especially 3 of us, we enjoy discussing that here, like, every other day. So I'll just let you go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, just take the one product, the OConnect product. Okay, just the one product. And let's do a very, very brief, and I don't like using the word comparison, but
see, here's the thing. The reason why they don't have a patent is because they're using, like, source code and code that people can use anywhere. Okay? Or they're literally stealing things from other places. Okay? So everything is, like, bare minimum put together here. Nothing is their own. They haven't created it from the ground up, like Ash used to say all the time. Remember that? They created it from the ground up. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Anyone could get the same code and do the same product. So he can't get a patent. But if you went and you recreated OConnect and you did it better and then called it OConnect, you could get a patent on it. And you could even get some rights to the name OConnect. And yeah, Ash would be fucked. He would technically be fucked. And then you could sue him for that. Which is one of the issues here with this, right? Is if he is going to be building things from the ground up, and he says he has to also go about that properly. And one of the major things that you would want is a patent for your ideas for all of this stuff. Because people patent ideas even, right? Like, so, yeah, technically, yeah, this can happen. I wouldn't want to use theirs. I don't know if you can get one for theirs, but you could come up with your own and recreate and basically do what they're saying they're doing before them and release it. Yeah, like, they could totally get stolen from right now. Seriously, that nobody actually wants to steal it, but, like, if we actually did want to shut them down. 7 PhDs is, yeah, I don't know why.
But why not?
It's the whole, like, they think that it gives them some kind of legitimacy, right? They're like, smart people join us. See, they're smart. They have PhDs and they're here. So, see, it's not a scam. And I'm like, that smart people get scammed all the time, unfortunately.
Okay. So the nearest closest rival for 10,000.
I actually have a whole stream about why cults prey on people that have intelligence, not dumb people. They would actually prefer people that with PhDs for that reason. It adds that false sense of legitimacy.
Attendees is $6,500 a month.
Here.
Ours has been $125 a month, I beg your pardon. Okay, so $375 over a 3-month period for 10,000 attendees. We have what I've seen is a crystal clear picture with every OConnect we've done. Okay, so the definition of this is far greater, but it's all of the little additional features, the additional add-ons.
So is the problem with Jeffrey's camera then? Because he looks blurry to me. Is it just me?
That we have, and that all of these other rivals or other companies that do this video conferencing are trying frantically to stick on and add on. And I love the analogy that Collins uses time and time again with this two-story house and the foundations for a two-story house, and they're trying to build a skyscraper with it. It's just not going to work. Whereas what we've done is been able to create this foundation that's a kilometer wide and a kilometer deep, and we could, take it to the moon type touch. So this value for money that we talk about is not just a monetary term. It is something that is far superior to anything else out there. And I love the enthusiasm and this wry smile he has on his face when he says, and by the way, guys, we're very soon going to go viral. Because bottom line is, there's lots and lots of companies waiting in the wings because they want this product. Now, they've gone, hold on a second, let's get this perfect for you guys. We're going to release it commercially very shortly. So hold your horses. We'll be with you soon. Yeah, and they're all chomping at the bit, as they say. So this, again, is part of this.
That's what it is.
This is what I love about it.
Okay. Collins, are you all right there?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. So did you want to contribute again at all on value? Yeah,
I just want to add something what Jeffrey and Andy have just said. The value, like Andy touched about the businesses, Jeffrey touched about businesses. This ONPASSIVE is built for everybody. But I want to dwell on the majority of people that will come in. They are all small, medium, and large size corporation. Let me take 3 of our products. I can go on, but let's look at it very well from business standpoint and normal users. O-Connect, if we want to split the ratio, how many percentage of people, that normal people like you and I will use O-Connect, and how many businesses? And we're talking about daily. How many meetings concurrently in a business? You go to an organization, how many meetings do you think they run every day? There are meetings running simultaneously, 10, maybe 5, 6 meetings, different departments. So if I look at that, I break it down, 70% of the users will be businesses when it comes to O-Connect. And
yeah, but again, I don't know where this stat came from. He just likes the number 70, I think.
30%, because sometimes we have meetings, like family meetings, but not every day. So 30% will be businesses. So these are the people that will look for the value and say, yes, I want it. We're talking about small corporation, medium size, and large event. Those who run everything. Just
right,
think about it.
It's not like they've done polls. They aren't even technically open up to customers yet, right? You can't be a customer yet in this. You can't just be a customer that buys O-Connect in this yet. So I don't know where they're getting this information from at all. They just make it up. They seem to think that stats in your company is just when you make up numbers and tell them to people. Oh, I decided 70% of people weren't here for business, so it must be true.
The one that will come in, and these are the people that will look if ONPASSIVE is providing them that value. Now let's look at old staff. When old staff will come out, normal user will not use it. It's more business. So it means 100% will come. Those who are coming in, they are all businesses, 100%. No normal user will use it. Give it to Peter Rogers, it's business. Whether you like it or not, it's business. You go to Academy, I would say 60% business and 40% individual. Those who want to study on their own. But 60%, because businesses always send people for training course. So they will buy the product and allow people to study, and they will pay more. Go to that's Academy. Now, which one do you want to talk about? If we come and say, all right, O-Mail, more normal users are using it. But when they will come with the enterprise edition,
see, like right here, this comment here, our value from our friend Gene here. Our value is ridiculously high. The world cannot yet understand that kind of generosity, but it will soon. And I'm like, what? Generosity? You haven't done anything for anyone.
A lot of business will dive in because they have millions of employees, or say the normal company can have, the least can have 70 employees, and the maximum 1,000 employees. They will go all for email because they need to create multiple emails for their employees through Active Directory. They will
again, like, I guess you could look up other businesses and see like what products they use, and then you could like get a rough estimate of maybe the number of people that would join for an email client, but that would still just be an estimate. It wouldn't be a precise statistic, and it wouldn't necessarily, again, be for your company and your email client. So it doesn't really work here. I guess you could come up with kind of a guesstimate, though, if you will, right? Like, you can look up how many businesses need to use video conferencing, for example. And then, like, what percentage of business use video conferencing? And then if you took that number, I'm trying to figure out where he's getting this from. You could kind of take that number and then claim that that's the, like, percentage of people that will be in your company for OConnect, but it doesn't always equate to that, right? Like, it's not a real statistic, not even a real, like, it's literally just a guesstimate. Not even an estimate, I would call it. It's a guesstimate.
customize it to their need, tailor them to their need. And we can go on and on looking all the products that ONPASSIVE brings. So those who always see ONPASSIVE in a different way.
You know what, though, Peaceful Nature, I think you're right in many ways. Like, they look at this through the eyes of Elon Musk or somebody that is actually doing things with technology out here. It's like, I don't know where they get the value from. They really do think that this is the next internet. So they're like, the internet's big. Everybody uses the internet. Therefore, everybody will use ONPASSIVE. And again, it doesn't exactly equate to that, does it?
You have to go and recheck yourself. Think about other IT companies that are building solutions for businesses. ONPASSIVE is not different. They are building it for small, medium, and large size corporation, and very few. It's just for normal user like ONET, the free O-mail version. O-Trim will come with different enterprise edition, and everything we see is for business. It's about making our life easy to run business as smoothly as possible. And Jeffrey talked about bringing everything, making it affordable. It is because ONPASSIVE is bringing everything in-house.
But see, again, it's not affordable, right? You're paying over $100 a month for just one of those products. And they keep saying more products are coming that are going to cost money that you'll be able to sell. That means you're also going to have to buy them. Remember, the way the payout works, in case you guys don't remember, is if you do not personally purchase the product that you sell, the commission you make is basically an O coin, and it cannot be withdrawable. You cannot pull it out as US dollars at all whatsoever. It is to stay in your OES wallet. It's just there. You'll be accumulating money there. You have to have bought the product you're selling in order to make real commission off of it that can then be withdrawn from the wallet and put into your bank account. Again, this means that they're running this illegally, so you can only get paid for the products you buy. You have to buy the products So if you want to make money off of Connect, diddle, and shit, okay, you have to make sure that you have bought Connect, diddle, and shit from them. Otherwise, you're really not making anything. You're just getting coin, and then that can only be spent again on a product in ONPASSIVE. So it's not actually commission. You get what I'm saying? It's really just a credit that you're getting instead. They kept using the word commission because they're trying to trick you with language. But basically, unless you also have purchased the product you're selling, that's all you're getting. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of one. I was like, diddle, that can be one. That sounds like it goes here. Like, so you have Connect, you have to buy that, and it's going to be like $150 a month for that one in order for you to make money out of. Then when they do come up with a new product like diddle, that will be $50 a month. So now you're up to $200 a month to make money, right? Then you're going to buy shit for another $100. Do you see what I mean? So is it affordable? Is it? Because the way that this was originally told to us was that you would pay for the OES and then you would have like the ability to use all of the products in it. And then I think Ash realized that was not going to really make him the most money he can make, so he changed it. But most companies that run businesses like ONPASSIVE that are actually running and doing their thing, which there are thousands, by the way, that's how they run it. They'll run it where like you pay a subscription fee and then you have a whole bunch of products to use in there. And then they might have some like extra ones you could also pay for on top of that kind of thing. But Ash, of course, wants to make every single dime that he can off of you in any single way that he can. So he went with this option where you pay for the subscription and then you're lucky because you get like 2 for free, but then you have to buy all the products after that. Otherwise, you're really just hanging out in the OES like me right now and just watching what's going on ONET and getting spam mail from OMail, you know?
When you bring everything in-house, you build it yourself, you run it yourself, you employ all the engineers, like what Mohammed Kamal said, bringing all those, that the top brain from UK, Canada, America, Japan,
leave my country out of this.
Everywhere. It's because they want to get the best of the best brain to start to brainstorm and bring something that will blow,
I was like, no,
always blow mankind and always try to keep on top of their game to say, yes, we are already there before you even think about it. Don't even dare with us because we are there. We are getting there.
Imagine if all companies like decided their value based on what they thought they could possibly do in the future and how much that would really affect our world.
We are moving forward.
And like the cost of everything.
Moving faster than you think. It's an IT.
Wait, is that what's going on? Is that why inflation keeps happening?
Technology company, and they will continue to build. But this is about making our business atmosphere and individual, normal people like you and I to be okay. All part will be for normal people like you and I. The majority will be more for business use. So this is what I just wanted to say. The comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know when it comes to value, we can go on and on and on, and it's never finishing. So, Jeffrey, Gina Liver says, we have the heart and the numbers, millions of us, of course, and nothing.
I wouldn't call Comfort an ugly woman. I wouldn't. I don't think she's like an ugly woman or anything like that. Not the best person, because I think she's also one of the ones that knows. I can tell she's intelligent, and I do feel like she's one of the ones that knows what this is and promotes it, kind of knowing that it's a little bit scammy. And she's kind of the one that heads this whole country over here, right? All of like South Africa people, they all watch her. That's kind of her team. So I don't like her for that.
And stop us from succeeding in the mission of uplifting humanity. That is the word we want to go on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, uplifting humanity.
Well, we can certainly talk about lifting humanity. I mean,
so you got a Collins head then, is what you say, or a Jeffrey head. Jeffrey looks kind of like an egg. I'll say that.
Wow. I mean, if you think about this, to lift humanity in the way that we're talking about doing it, and thank you, Gene. I sure appreciate
this is what I mean. Like, you can't have your value based on your hope of lifting humanity in the future. Like, that just sounds so silly to me. Because number one, like, the way that they want to go about lifting up humanity is not doing much for anyone. It's not going to help. It's basically sign everyone up to ONPASSIVE and then crowdfund them with Obless. And it's like, yeah. Because they're going to be able to pay $300 a month for Connect, Diddle, and Shit, right? Right. Yeah, okay. But it's just like, I can't, sometimes I'm like, are they not like talking about this, and in talking about it, realizing how silly it sounds? Like, our company is very, very valuable because we're lifting humanity. It's like, that's okay.
that. Although, Collins, I want to go back to what you were talking about as well. So, anyway, in order
Jean is very, very real. She's a peach, that one.
For us to lift humanity like we're expecting to, we need to touch every soul, every individual on the planet. And that's going to happen primarily beginning with us, the charter members, right? With the generous hearts that are all going to share abundance at the grassroots level.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that people that actually do things to help humanity don't have time to sit on webinars for like 20 hours out of a 24-hour day planning and talking about how they hope to help humanity, right? That they're out there doing it. Most big companies do give to charities and do things to help others. This is another thing, is that that's pretty common. If you look up a lot of the big companies out there, you can go and you can find they all have their hand in something. They're raising money for some cause, or they have people out that are actually building water filtration systems in South Africa, not just talking about it like Ash is, okay? And whatever else. But they don't usually brag about it, let's say, okay? You only hear about it when they are asking for the public to like donate or help them with it, or if they have like a product that the proceeds are going to go towards it. A lot of companies do that kind of thing too. But there's not as much like talking about it, planning it, pumping it up. It's not used like it is in MLMs, right? But that's the thing, is that it's not really like an extra special thing for Ash to do if he had this $1 million making tech company, for him to then, do a humanitarian project on the side. I get a little bit frustrated with them acting like Ash is this amazing savior because he also wants to do things like that. It's like most people that go into these, that's what they want to do, right? But then that part never gets done. And I don't think it's going to here. I think even if all of this tech stuff got sorted out and everything with the merchant got sorted out and they got to where they claimed they were going to be, I don't think Obless would be the next product being released at all. And since that's the way that they kind of want to go about helping the world, it's just not going to happen. If we're helping the world by just signing up people to ONPASSIVE as well, that's not going to happen. And then, of course, with the Obless thing, you also have to be in ONPASSIVE to get help from Obless. So they sign up a homeless person. like, what was it, a year or two ago? They signed up someone who was homeless, and it was like, that's ridiculous. Like, they can't afford the monthly payments for anything here. And then he wouldn't make the money unless he bought OConnect. So we have a homeless man right now that would have to buy OConnect in order to actually make the money off of it to buy himself a home. How does that make sense? You know what I mean? It's never going to happen.
We've talked about
Yeah,
that before.
oftentimes it's
and everything we've just talked
tax
about.
write-off. Hey, I'm not saying that all the CEOs aren't sociopaths. I'm not saying they're always doing it for the right reasons. No. Most of them not. But most of them are in something like that, right? Even if it's for the tax write-off, this is something that just big companies do. A lot of small companies too. I know small business owners that do their best to donate to their local charities whenever they can. And they're also not out here bragging about it and then having like employee meetings on public webinars talking about how they're doing it. Like, do you get what I mean? It's like only in MLMs do you see that behavior, right? And like the bragginess, I don't like it. If you're doing something nice for someone, you should never have to brag about it. Then you didn't do it to be nice. You did it so that you had something to brag about. Businesses big and small participate in the United Way campaign every year, which benefits every sort of charity. And there you go. And that's what I mean. It's like all businesses pretty much do this stuff. For some reason, the people in ONPASSIVE, whenever Ash, maybe it's because he never does what you're supposed to do as a business owner, but it's like whenever he does actually do something or says he's going to do something that all the other business owners do, he gets like extra praise. And it's like they think he's going above and beyond for them. And I'm like, no, that's just what CEOs are supposed to do. Like, what do you mean? A few years ago, someone boasted they bought a founder's position. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I believe it was Chris that actually signed them up. Chris was the one going literally under bridges in his area. I guess they have a bridge in his area, and a lot of the homeless people go and live under it. We had a bridge in Napanee, Ontario, kind of similar. I wonder often if Avril Lavigne's The Bridge song is about it. Just saying. Because there's not that many bridges in Napanee. We only have like 2, so you know. So it's like he went there literally to that bridge and was like, I'm going to sign up all these people to ONPASSIVE that are homeless. And it was like, what the fuck? And then they paid for the guy's account, which is fine and dandy. But now today, he's just sitting back there like I am because I refuse to pay for OConnect. I just won't. Well, we can see how well it works here. We're good. I don't want to give that man any of my money or anyone else's. That's for sure. So I think it was Chris Johnson did that. And then innumerable fun walks, runs sponsored by businesses to raise money. Yep, local charities, they often do like the cancer runs and all of that stuff, right? Like it's something businesses do. Like, congratulations, Ash, you're doing your regular CEO duties that everybody else that runs a business does. Good for you. You know? It was Chris. He went right to that bridge, didn't he? I seem to remember him talking about how there was a bridge in his neighborhood. All the homeless people went there. And then, did he not bring the camera right in there? It's been a little while, so I'm a little rusty. I've watched a lot of ONPASSIVE since then. But if my memory serves me, he did end up having the guy at least come up on a stream afterwards. And they were like, yeah, we signed him up. He's homeless. And it was very fucking cringe. I remember that much.
And that's why I think we have some folks that are a little impatient sometimes. They're telling others, oh, wait and see. And they simply don't understand the massivity of what is going on or the number and degree of the challenges that we faced and overcome simply through the resolve that is modeled by Mr. Mufareh. I mean, man alive, when you start looking at some of the things that he's had to go through and some of the challenges that we've grown through.
That's the irony right there. They got money for the Burj Khalifa. They got money to buy a train station. They have all this money for marketing that technically they don't need. MLMs usually don't put all that much money into marketing. They have their distributors do it for their behalf. Actually, that's one of the plus size, apparently, if you are running an MLM, is usually that you can save money on marketing because everybody else markets it for you. So you don't really have to go out there and do these kinds of things. But if Ash was actually about humanity, right? Why not put that money into a local charity? Why not, actually help out the homeless guy and give him money? That would have helped him.
And you look at, we've become, and I'm sure Gene will enjoy this, at some point, a great many of us in ONPASSIVE have joined and become an ONPASSIVE family. And we have that heart and we have that drive and that will to do what's right because it's right, because it's been modeled for us. And in this sense, this is going to allow us more and more to help to drive that.
All right, guys, we just got to take a little bit of a break. I have to use the little girl's room. So we will be right back after a message from our sponsors. Today's video is brought to you by...
Do you have a berserker demon? You may think that's a strange question, but I've dealt with berserker demons. What's a berserker? The word describes ancient Nordic warriors who fought with uncontrollable rage. This is where we get the expression, he was so angry, he went berserk. In the days of Vikings, berserkers would enter a trance before battle to get supernatural strength. They fought with a frenzy. Sound like someone you know? As we say, they lose it. Explosive anger can come from frustration, feeling disrespected, trauma, mental and hormonal issues, and drugs, but uncontrollable rage can be demonic. As an exorcist, I've dealt with berserker demons. If you've got one, you'll need more than anger management therapy. You may need an exorcism of a berserker demon of anger. That's inhuman. I'm here to help at boblarson.org.
Whoa, looks like you got a bit of a tangle in your dangle. Did you know that more than 8 out of 10 hose owners die each year? Not anymore. Hey, turn me on and watch my hose get huge. My mom always told me I was a grower, not a shower, and boy was she right. And if you squeeze me in the right spot, all my raging fluids will come flying out of me, and instantly I'll retract to my small, natural, convenient size. Amazing! Oh, yep. Shout outs to all my flowers and growers out there. And just like a real snake, it can contract and expand like an accordion. You know, we really wanted to name it the Snake Hose, but that's the title of a gay porno. I mean, I've never seen it, but lizard's close enough. This is my next door neighbor, Sharon. She didn't know I was filming her. She also didn't know I had my hose in my hand, too. If your hose weighs more than 15 pounds, I feel sorry for you. You see, women prefer light, dainty, petite hoses. You don't want to be walking around with a big honking nanner. Oh, Sharon. Whoa, watch the whoa, don't get it caught on the thing. Whoa. Hey, buddy, watch where you're going. You don't want to end up like that guy, still using a standard hose, not going anywhere, and he's fucking bald. Fuck! Look at my hose, people. Oh, yeah, it's growing fast, and it's not kinking up anytime soon. Now, I don't know who lives here, but it's time to wake up. Behold, the full length and girth of my hose and its full potential. Hey, can't you see I'm filming a commercial here, you fucking asshole? Wah! Take that, fuck boy. No one fucks with my hose. The lizard hose is about $30. You get 25 feet. That's like, just a little bit more than $1 per foot. Now, fuck it, we'll give you 2. That's 50 feet. Get fucked. Come on, touch it.
Tiny Dinger Condoms, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. Do you think women lie about being sexually assaulted? Do you use your community like a dating app but only date women in other countries but flirt with other women the entire time? Then leave that e-girlfriend for another woman with a My Little Pony fetish that ends up being a dude who's catfishing you for 6 years as a sexy woman? Do you then post lolly of bubbles in your Discord after making sexual cartoons involving minors and claim you are not a nunce? Do you think Onision is innocent? Then we have the brand for you. You won't need to make Sims characters out of your community members anymore and impregnate them in some weird fetish game, or date men who love My Little Pony and the Powerpuff Girls when you have Tiny Dinger Condoms. Heck, you won't even need to wank it to Faith Vickers and Ethan Ralph's porn anymore. Bet you'll soon make your own with that sexy woman or man, you know, the one who loves the Powerpuff Girls there. Just turn on the webcam and show that real live e-girl from OnlyFans, who I'm sure loves you just as much, that Tiny Dinger, and let her know that you use Tiny Dinger Condoms. The condoms that won't let your manliness hide when a man wants to come and do the anal slip and slide. Located at the CVS Pharmacy, Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, all of your local pharmacy brands, and hidden in your favorite streamer's nightstand, because don't worry, they're all the same. No more desperation with those condoms. Now, back to our video. I'm gonna play that ad until Suit and Bells leave me alone.
Lifting of humanity, that's at the core of what we're trying to do here with building value and just putting others before ourselves. Generosity is huge in that too.
Okay, Andy.
Also, my kiddo came home from school. She's been home for like 5 minutes. She's already covered in cheesies and playing her video game.
Anything about uplifting humanity to add, or anything at all?
Yeah, Ash has always said. I mean, we've got the most favourable compensation scheme ever, and Ash has always said, "Look, you know, I want you to be able to fill your tank, and once you've done that, then you'll have spare and left over for other things." And along this journey that we've taken, it's switched from, as Colin said, just making the money to now, what else can we do? What and who can we help along the way? Who can we teach to fish? Who can we help with inventions to bring new technologies to the market that will help everybody? You know, excuse me. So there's so much more to it than just, okay, well, I'll you know, assist with an orphanage, for argument's sake. There's so much more that lifting humanity can do in the way that we're talking about it. Because if you think about it, if you've got 1.4 million original early birds and each one of us put $1 in, because each month we've got in excess of $1 spare, but let's say we do that, that's 1.4 million for a good cause every month. Every month.
That's
now at the moment you've got things.
That's what they on passive would be making. That's not. See, again, your good cause now is just on passive.
Like the lottery, you have to put your money into, and best of luck if you win it, because it's 256 billion to 1 or something stupid. So the chances are. So, but you put £1 in towards a good cause, that good cause is going to benefit no matter what. And to be fair, some of the good causes that the National Lottery have undertaken, quite frankly, makes your head spin. So I would far rather give my £1 or my $1 to a good cause that I know it's going to that cause, and not some idiotic structure that nobody likes.
Amen.
Yeah, I know. So, Collins, what are you up to? Are you chipping into lifting of humanity? Do you have something new in mind?
No, I really like it because Gina River brought that up, which is really good. Because if we look at the concept of ONPASSIVE, that's one of the biggest thing. Remember what Mr. Ash Mufareh told us. He said, without uplifting humanity, he will be less motivated of being ONPASSIVE. That's the only thing that motivates Mr. Ash Mufareh. He said the concept is about doing what? It's about doing less, paying less, earning more with the ability to do good to mankind. And that is the concept of ONPASSIVE. Those who didn't get it, If you go and listen to Mr. Mufareh's concept, it is there in update. You know, paying less, doing less, and more with the ability to do good to mankind. That's uplifting humanity. It means we have to earn more, because if you look at it very well, you cannot give what you don't have. So if Mr. Mufareh is thinking about earning more, the idea behind ONPASSIVE telling you you will earn more is because they want you to go out and do good. It means they want to give you time and financial freedom so you can go and bless others. That is about doing good to humanity. If that is not the aim, Mr. Mufareh said it himself. He said, I will lose the motivation of being ONPASSIVE. Take humanity out of ONPASSIVE. I don't think I want to do ONPASSIVE anymore. It means I just want to be like any traditional business, ending and ending, you know, getting rich and getting rich, and there is no motivation for you to build ONPASSIVE. So he is motivated because he wants to uplift humanity, and that is the concept, you know. And we just have to be grateful that we are blessed to be in such a company where they want to give us more so we can be out there to do good, giving us that time and financial freedom where we can do a lot for humanity.
Amen.
Great. So, you know, Jeffrey, one of the things that you actually
wanted now humanity has just become ONPASSIVE
to talk about, or you would like us to talk about, was going to be why ONPASSIVE keeps being flagged and stuff like that. Do you want to that, please?
Yeah. Oh man, alive. I do want to touch on generosity and heart and all that for just a second, because you know what? One of the biggest reasons that we're being criticized, and this goes right into what you were asking me to talk about, is our generosity. I mean, there's no company on the planet that's got so much built-in generosity, and it's something that Mr. Mufareh has stated over and over again that we and he are extremely proud of. ONPASSIVE, and think about this for a minute, because ONPASSIVE is the only company that I know of that openly endorses doing what's right because it's right. We call that heart, right? We say we got heart. Mr. Mufareh's got heart. We operate with heart. And going one step further, ONPASSIVE has taken that heart and weaved it into its fabric of business, if you will, that's helping us become a dominant force in AI and global e-commerce. And it's a part of who we are, and we call that AI with heart. And so that's what's driving everything that we're doing as far as lifting humanity. Now, when you talk about what's going on and why are we always getting picked on, or what I call we're getting a lot of flack, right? Most
you don't even get a lot of flack. If you think that you have a lot of flack right now, Jesus.
Companies, they haven't had to do what we've had to do. Mr. Mufareh talked about this yesterday. Most companies don't go from 0 to 60 miles an hour in like 3.2 seconds, right? I mean, most companies have got years of growth to build, and their progress is considerably slower than ours has been. So those that would be threatened by that type of progress, they don't take a lot of notice. They're not as alarmed as they may have otherwise been. Now, most companies just grow up organically over time. They don't amass millions in a member base, right?
You act like you all didn't actively go about choosing to do this. Like Ash said, I want to go into all these different countries. I'm going to get some people in each country to sign up, and then I'm going to get them to promote it to the people they know in their countries, as MLMs do, right? It wasn't, and like there were no products. There was nothing when this started. Okay, so I don't, like, it's not like they can be like, oh, we released this amazing product and then everybody came. This thing is very culty. It was just sign up your friends and family to be a part of this like new thing that we're thinking of and that we're planning right now. You don't want to miss out on it. So it's just so weird to hear them talk about it like this. They actively searched for that many people and kept doing so until they grew it to what it is now without a product. Because everybody joined because they promised them generational wealth.
I mean, Andy pointed out 1.4 million founder accounts, right? And they don't bring in what I consider supremely qualified, high-powered, professionals.
Right.
So those companies aren't targeted like we have.
See, like, and that's what I mean. Like, they're saying they want to take over the internet. Like, have they not seen that, like, even Mark Zuckerberg gets made fun of? Like, they're not going to like it. They're not going to like it.
Been by hostile actors, well, anyway, because they're not disrupting anything or stepping on anybody's toes, so to speak, on the way up.
I am disrupting at all times. And allegedly, I just step on everybody's toes all the time, all day long.
Not like we have, openly, transparently, right? Before ONPASSIVE, I don't
have to go out of my way to piss people off. I just have to exist and not unalive myself.
think anybody's ever claimed the goal of lifting humanity that I'm aware of.
No, that's such a lie. Oprah did more for humanity than Ash has. Come on now. Like, let's be real.
I don't know of any. I mean, there's conscious companies out there, but I don't know of any that say we're going to be lifting humanity. That's
really?
That's the first. I mean, nobody can compare to us with that. And heaven forbid a company ever come out and claim we're going to be the correction of the corruption. Let me tell you, that got some ears perked up, right? But ONPASSIVE has, and ONPASSIVE did, and it didn't go unnoticed. And as a matter of fact, that's the reason that we've been enduring a lot of severe and long-lasting opposition on a whole lot of fronts. That's why we're taking the flack, because we've got the courage, the resolve, and the will and the desire to be that correction.
I thought so. You know that there's an entire agency called liftinghumanity.org that helps refugees. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that their slogan is, "We're lifting humanity." So I hate these statements like there's no other company out there. Here's the thing. You guys talk about how you get flack. Maybe if instead of shitting on all the other companies to say that you're better, you could just positively talk about your own like you're very good at doing and ignoring all the negativity like you do. Because when you come out here and you make statements like, we're the only company helping people, you are going to piss off a lot of people. Because there are literal agencies that also run as so-called companies, right? There's organizations. There's all kinds of companies that do stuff for people, as we've been talking about. So, like, the way that you go about uplifting your humanity over here is by being negative about other people. And then you don't like it when you get the same back. It's interesting. I guess nobody likes the taste of their own medicine.
To the corruption, to actually lift humanity through the value that we create and the generosity that we share.
That's a real one.
That's why we're getting beat up.
Odin is a real one. It's on there. We also have Odoodle.
Right. Wow. There's a contribution here from Brother Man, which I just like. He says, I don't know, it should be Man. Then he says, I presented ONPASSIVE to many people, but
okay. Listen to this.
What I realized was those who were seemingly smart did not get it, but only the pure and good-hearted people got it and signed up.
Do you realize what you just said? Do you realize what this just said? I presented ONPASSIVE to a bunch of people, and anyone with intelligence didn't sign up. But I managed to get a bunch of those suckers because they have a good heart. You know, those suckers that aren't that intelligent, but they really wanted to help people, so I managed to get them because they were stupid. That's literally what you just read. Like, right now, there should be alarm bells going off in your head, comfort, going, red flag, ding, ding, ding. Intelligent people don't want to sign up. Ding, ding, ding. Maybe there's a problem with this thing. Ding, ding. Maybe they see something that those who are unintelligent don't see. Ding, ding. But it's that you just read this like it was a good thing. Like it's a good thing. Oh no, yeah, no, that's totally cool, Comfort. You know, I was trying to sign up people for this thing, but nobody intelligent wanted to join. So I just got all of them suckers I could with no smarts because they got good hearts. Sign up people without smarts, tell them they got good hearts. There you go. I just came up for your new slogan since you stole all the other ones anyway.
Yes, I think I was working hard not to contribute, but I like this because unpassive really is not for the smart. It's just for the good and the open-hearted, because we're here to uplift humanity. Smart people.
Oh, that's what the problem is. There we go. No intelligence here. All AI. Like we've been saying. The only AI in this thing comes from Ash's head.
So I think this just adds up to the goodness of unpassive that you are talking about. You see that it's just for a few chosen people. So everybody who is here is at the right place at the right time. So again, Andy, we should be.
You know, if you believe that, you would also believe, possibly, that myself and the other people that are speaking out about unpassive are also in the right place at the right time. Just saying.
Gradually taking our last round now. If
not for the smart.
So.
Not for the smart, Al with heart. There you go. You should hire me. I can come up with all your slogans.
Last round, last couple of comments. We have waited this long. We know that there are some things going on in the background that Jeffrey's mentioned, and it's not just.
I only know how to make Discord bots. That's it.
From other companies. It's from within our own organization. Okay, so if you know of anybody that's trying to create problems, pass the details on. We don't want them in our business. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, in that case, hey, Andy, while I have your attention, can I just ask you about something that I managed to come across in the past, I believe it was 24 hours? I'd really like to ask you about this. What is this, Andy? Why am I looking at a picture of a kid that isn't even 3 years old, like maybe 3 tops, sitting on a stack of money with the captions, "Unpassive Future Life, Heart eye, smiley." I added the frown because that's how this made me feel personally. And as you can see, we have hashtag unpassive Telugu. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Hashtag unpassive. Hashtag Ash Mufareh. Okay. I have several problems with this. Not only the fact that it's a child being used to market a scam, they have no clue what they're doing. They have no clue what this is going to be used for. They can barely consent to being a part of this ad. A little bit of a problem with that. But, people use kids in ads. That's what some might argue to me. Well, how do you think they sell kids Gap, Queen? Obviously, you need to put kids in ads. Yeah, okay, but this isn't for kids. At least it shouldn't be, although it is marketed to children as well. And you are told to sign up your unborn child, and they do sign up children. So that is worrisome to me. Makes me wonder, does this poor little girl have an account here? Not only all of that, because as a mother, I look at this and I go, eek. And I can talk about it. Because I used to do the same thing with my daughter when I did It Works in Sensi. I had a whole video about how I was a piece of shit for that, and about how you should not use your children to market products on the internet, especially when they're young. And I did it with Sensi. We were told to put our kids in the bath and use bath products and take pictures of them nudie in the tub, blur out their nudity, and post it online. Okay? I did it. For a handful of months, for about 6-7 months, I was doing that. And then once I got out of them, I looked back on that and went, ew, God, that was awful of me. Because I too was in these. I too thought I was going to be helping people. It's amazing what you're willing to do under the guise of helping people sometimes. If you actually are somebody that really does want to help people. So that's all a huge issue to me. I lived, I learned, been there, done that. You know, I hope that this person eventually gets to where I am today, and that they learn that this is not a good idea, and that they stop doing this behavior. My issue is also that this is a complete illegal income claim as well. And that is allegedly against the rules at ONPASSIVE. This video also has 76,000 views. And they aren't mine and Alonda's friends watching it. So you've seen it. Has Ash tagged in it. You want me to believe he didn't take a look at this? I'm pretty sure Ash is the type that Google searches himself every single day and then sits down with his morning coffee to bask in the praise, okay? He definitely does that. And he would definitely be checking out videos that are made for him by his co-founders. And we know he does. He's mentioned that he watches them and he sees them when people make songs for him. That's why they do it, you see? Because they're trying to get his attention, right? If you're an ONPASSIVE, getting Ash's attention is literally getting attention from God. He equates himself to God. The God. Whatever one you believe in, he thinks he's that one. Okay? I don't believe in any. But whatever one, if you're out there and you're believing in a God, he thinks that he is God. So when they do this, it's for the attention. And he kind of uses that. It's part of his keeping control over people, you know, if everyone's happy and praising him and always lined up to get his attention, he can keep them in line a lot easier. He can just cut off the attention he gives them. He's done it with people like Mike Ellis. Mike Ellis kind of questioned this thing a little while back. We haven't really seen him around as much as we did before he questioned this thing a little while back. I'm just saying. He will literally not give you as much attention if he feels like you've insulted him in some way. But this is gross. This also, like I said, it goes against what you guys say you don't like. All right, you say you don't like this stuff. Don't do these claims. You want me to believe that none of you saw this? It's still up. This person's channel is still promoting ONPASSIVE. They're still in ONPASSIVE. And again, it goes against your own affiliate agreement. You ask people in there not to make illegal income claims, which we laughed at when I was reading through it, because of things like this constantly popping up. So I have to ask, is this person going to face repercussions? Then I have to wonder, is that a good thing or a bad thing? You'll notice I don't have the channel name of who posted the video. That's because I don't want to actually blast out who it is. They could go find it. If it really is a problem for them, which I doubt it, because 76,000 people have already seen it, and they seem to be doing fine and still in ONPASSIVE. Because then I'm worried about their well-being. Looks like they have money there, but those are probably all $1 bills. What a lot of influencers do is they'll get a stack of $1 bills, and then they might have two $100 bills. You just need one on each end of the stack to trick people. And then you hold up that stack. That's what people in hustle culture do. You think all of them have big stacks of money like this? No, they don't. But it's not hard to get a whole bunch of ones and maybe one or two honeys. Hell, you only need one if you're only showing them one side of it. You know? It's not hard to be deceptive with that at all. So I don't know if this person can, like, you know, if they're depending on the money of ONPASSIVE. I don't want people to end up kicked out of this thing, even for breaking the rules. We love some malicious compliance over here, but malicious towards ONPASSIVE, not towards the FTC. Let's not break the FTC laws. But you can say this shit on stream. And like, right now we're going into a big speech about how if you break the rules, you can get in trouble and blah, 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 blah. But I have yet to actually see someone being reprimanded really for breaking one of these rules or doing something like what's on my screen right now, which this is an illegal income claim. I know you're going to say, oh, but we're not actually saying that you're making that amount of money, but you're inferring it. ONPASSIVE future life is, I guess, having your daughter sitting on a stack of cash, right? So maybe if you're going to keep doing these speeches, ensure that you actually are enforcing the rules across the board, though. I feel like right now, Ash is picking and choosing very selectively who breaks the rules and how. And it's based on what he wants to get mad at people for. Because technically this year's breaking the rules, but nothing's happened. So could you maybe deal with that one? I'm just saying. I like seeing this. I like seeing children signed up in this thing like I have posted on my channel. A couple times we have clips of people saying, sign up your unborn child. And then we actually have a clip of a little girl in a school trying to sell this to maybe your grade 6 class. And then we also have a clip of a teacher promoting this to their students. So just no, don't do that.
Say, I have no interest in dealing with idiots. So get rid of them. And quite honestly, yeah, absolutely. Why should we?
Oh my God! I know.
There's a good reason why we should. You've got somebody who's trying to create a problem instead of a solution. Then we don't need him or her.
And then all of a sudden, John Barilla shows up. Props! I know all about props. I was in Hollywood, you know.
Them, yeah. And I think what we have to do is to be a little bit patient with the company. The company are doing so much in the background to do just that, to get rid of some of these idiots.
You're not wrong, Jelly. Not at all, because they have even made like illegal medical claims. Believe it or not, there was a whole time in this thing where they were talking about how they were going to invent the med beds, and med beds were a big thing. So yeah, even illegal medical claims are being made here.
And it's taking time.
You wouldn't think
because
so, but
you've
yeah.
got to weed out the wheat from the chaff, as it were. So, all credit to the team and to Mr. Mufareh, and let's do our bit by keeping an eye on what's going on. And if we come across anything, then pass the details on.
They're like all clapping. They're basically telling people to rat each other out here. Sorry, I know I ramble, guys. I rambled through it a bit. But basically what this speech is he's... it also shows you a whole other screenshot for a while. I get it. Basically, this speech is him saying, if you see people like breaking the affiliate agreement laws of ONPASSIVE, rat them out. Tell on them. Tattletale. Come and let people know. Get them booted out. We don't want them here. And that's not good for the people in ONPASSIVE. Because as we all know over here, they're not just going to be making sure people are like following the business regulation laws or anything like that, right? No. It'll be silly things. Like if somebody asks a question that they don't like, or if somebody says something slightly negative about Ash Mufareh, like that's the kind of stuff that's really going to get ratted out on. And this is kind of why I wanted to show you that picture, because that's what I mean when I say it's selective what Ash actually does get them in trouble for on here. When they actually are breaking these rules, Ash doesn't care, right? But if they're in a live stream chat somewhere and they mention not getting money too many times, that's when they'll be booted out. And I promise, if you pay attention to it going forward, it's going to be like that. It's going to be a very, very strange thing. And you're going to go wondering why people can make all these illegal claims and they don't get kicked out. It's because they don't actually have like a compliance agreement here, and they don't really care about that. They just care about having the control over all of the people in this thing to keep them in it so that they can keep bleeding them dry for all of their money, all of their time, all of their energy, anything that they can get. Ash is like a big succubus, and he just wants like everything from all of these people. So he'll go out of his way in any way possible to do it and get as much as he can from all of these people, right? Ash wants to ban everyone. See, that's the thing, is that he is a little trigger happy. And that's why it's funny when you see like a little girl sitting on a stack of cash and he's tagged in it and 76,000 views. You know he saw it. You know he was at least one of those views. Somebody sent it to him if he didn't come across it by himself. And you know he watched it. That man can't get praise and then not give in to it. Hell, he looks for it. He basically begs them for it. You know what I mean? I use it often. You'd be surprised how often I have to use the word succubus.
Amen.
Yes. Over to you, Collins. Thanks, Andy.
Yes, Andy, I've just said it right. So, one other thing I would say.
See, now here, Julie says, giving without expecting anything back in return is such a beautiful blessing. Yeah, it is. But then she says, ONPASSIVE is affording us to be the correction to the corruption. First of all, what corruption? I've been asking this forever. Like, you have your hand in every single corruption in the world right now. Like, pick something. Okay, what correction are we coming up with? To what corruption? Like the corruption of the government? Are you saying that technology is corrupt? Like, I don't really understand. But ONPASSIVE isn't like doing this for nothing, right? Because essentially, the more that they talk about helping people, the more people sign up. So they are getting something in return. It is very much to get something in return. Otherwise, these webinars would never take place, ever. Because that's the only reason why they do.
I always said this, ONPASSIVE is divinely ordained. And there's a reason why the people you are saying, talking about ONPASSIVE, they are doing what they are doing, because they didn't see it from their side, they see it from the heart. Their heart opens from...
Whoa, wait a minute. What was... Hold on a second.
Right. So, one other thing I would say, I always said this, ONPASSIVE is divinely ordained. And there's a reason why the people you are saying,
did I see that
talking
right?
about ONPASSIVE, they are doing what they are doing.
I'm not the only one that got that comment, right? That's what it said. That's, oh my God. I thought I was in church for a minute. Like, wait a minute. Fat matter, which I'll let you guys all beam that on your own. Fat matter said no here says, we will concur by his grace. Which is something that I'm pretty sure that when I was a Catholic girl going to Sunday school, I heard them say. That's usually the way that you would put that if you were talking about religion more than. That's a very odd statement. A very culty statement. If you guys ever called me Her Grace, I would be like, do not call me that. Like, what is wrong with you?
They didn't see it from their side. They see it from
do not worship me. I don't want it. I am not responsible for you and your sins. Don't do it.
the heart. You know, their heart opens from, like, look at Jeffrey. Jeffrey was here long before we even joined, you know, and Jeffrey is still fired up till now. That tells you,
Jeffrey's just like, it's been a long 5 years. I've been here since the beginning of time. I remember when we had the matrix system, which, by the way, can I also say, when they had the matrix compensation plan, they also thought that they were being original. That's a thing. That's a thing. Okay, the matrix compensation plan is one of the many types of compensation plans that MLMs use, okay? There's different types of compensation plans in these scams, right? And the matrix plan has always been type. And Ash thought he was original because he said his was going to go vertically and also horizontally, which made no sense. No matter how often any of us tried to make it make sense, you just could not make sense out of it. It, like, the math wouldn't math. And I'm not good at math. So I had to go to other people too and be like, can you also look at this and tell me if you can make sense out of this? Is it just my learning disability that I cannot see this making sense? I have to check that shit, you know, when it comes to numbers and certain things. I gotta go to other people. I'm aware. I'm very self-aware. It's like everything that he does, that he says, is his idea that he came up with, that is like innovative and nobody else is doing it, is something that other people have already done. Even the matrix plan. I guarantee you I could find a handful of scammers out there that also tried to say that theirs goes horizontally as well as vertically. I bet you I could tell you guys to go Google it and one of you would come back with at least 3 of them in the snap of a finger. Like, it's and that's why I think it drives me nuts, because it's like, it's not that hard of a thing to research. You can Google it and you find the information quite easily.
Gamo, you know, I can name Chris Johnson, all of those people, they are just there, still fired up. Like, they
have a good day, Joe.
Today.
Thank you.
It means this really need to pass us a clear message that
in it to wait half a decade. Yeah. Literally. Yeah. 5 years.
They are not giving up, and we shouldn't give up. They have just seen it. We should see it.
Well, it says Jeffrey is actually only 30 years old. It's just that ONPASSIVE has aged him. It's been a long 5 years in this scam. Sometimes Ash beats me, but it's okay. It keeps me alive.
From where the point that they are coming, you know, ONPASSIVE is here for everybody. It is here to give voice to the voiceless.
It's really not, though. Like, it's not here for everybody. See, this is another issue that MLMs have, is that they want everyone to be their customer base. You know what I mean? And like, not everything is for everyone. And there's lots of people out there that have no interest in running their own business or doing like video conferencing. Okay? Like lots of people. So to make statements like that, I'm like, come on now.
To those who have lost hope, to revive your hope again, to tell you that you can even dream, like Muhammad Kamal said.
I actually have learned so much about technology and AI, and then a lot of it's refreshed because I did a summer as an AI tech when I was in college. So I learned some things back then. But of course, it's been years. That was like 2005. I was in college in 2005. I'm old, bitches. So, I actually got taught how I could search on the website and find out if a website is using AI. You can do that. And yeah, if you do it with ONPASSIVE, there is no AI. And the funny thing is that although they say that everything is a one-stop shop, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but when I'm looking at the website, it appears like all the softwares at times can be hosted by different people. So it's like ONET is its own website instead of just being an extension, which is maybe why it also opens up in a new tab. That might be part of the problem. Because like the way that it pops up when I go to look at the ONPASSIVE website, it searches the whole website and all the links. But when I do it with the OES, it just kind of looks at the OES. And oftentimes I then have to do like each product separately because it's like a whole different thing than the OES. Do you get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not making sense to you, but I hope that you get what I'm saying. It appears that like each one is like individually hosted. And so, for example, like the OES can have some AI, let's say, but then that's not on ONET. Like even the same one is not being used on ONET. It's like ONET is a whole completely different website almost. Like it's very weird.
Dream bigger. We just have to dream, because what's the point? I always make this statement. What's the point going for an exam?
Hi, Mark. Good to see you. Mark says, hello. Been busy visiting grandkids, and they're in bed now. The 8-month-old bursts into tears when I sing In It to Win It to him. That's true. And I'm reasonably in tune. Yeah, whenever my husband wants to irk me a bit, like the one day he was teasing me, we were getting ready to go out. So my daughter was in like a semi, I don't want to go out kind of mood, but we all had to go out, So my husband's trying to like pump her up. So he's like, Hannah, say, I'm in it to win it. And I was like, no.
With the idea that you will fail. If you think of failure, you fail alone, not ONPASSIVE. Because ONPASSIVE will always move forward.
Right.
But you will fail because you came with double mindset.
It's funny. I get comments sometimes from a lot of the replay crew, and they'll be like, I put on your stream and it was the evening, and it's not you, I promise, Queen. You're very entertaining to me, but you let them talk for like 20 minutes straight, and then I passed out.
Just come in full, because there is place for everybody. And to those, like Andy said,
honestly, it would work. It would work. If you do have trouble sleeping, find one of their tech ones that just talks about the technology, put you to sleep in 2 minutes, or it'll make you laugh hysterically. So I guess proceed with caution.
Who are just there to think like they can bring it down, I will tell you today you failed. Because ONPASSIVE.
See, this is so weird, because like I don't want to bring anybody down. I'm not over here trying to wreck your days, even when I'm reacting to you. I don't want to actually harm anyone ever. But I do feel the need to showcase the lies, broken promises, some of the silliness, Yeah, we meme you guys sometimes, but welcome to being a face on the internet. You can even go look up memes of me. Hey, maybe some of you ONPASSIVE people should. Maybe you'll feel better. I don't know. You know? But it's like, oh.
It's already planted on a solid foundation where you
Not
cannot
that
bring
many
it
people
down.
are after
But
you.
the only promise I will give you, tell your grandchildren the truth. If you will be a granddad or a grandmom, that I saw this face, and they will ask you,
Hi, Toxic.
did you watch Jeffrey Muller? You said, don't lie, because God is watching you. He said, I was the one.
Oh my God.
I was the one destroying, trying to bring it down. Tell your grandchildren.
Now we're bringing God into this. If there was a God, I promise you, this is just my personal belief. I don't believe there is one. There was a God. He would definitely not want to have anything to do with this, okay? He would be like, please keep me out of your scams. He's looking down on everyone right now if he's up there going, I wish these fucking people would stop bringing me up whenever they're trying to manipulate and lie and scam people. Like, I'm not down with this shit. You would hate MLMs. I promise.
I tried and I failed.
Now I feel the need to make a shirt that says, God hates your MLM.
You know, because this is the truth, because they will never forgive you. Don't lie and say,
oh yeah, they always bring God into it. And when they're not talking about somebody's God, they're talking about Ash being God. But it's just like, really? Like, this is the time that you're going to bring it up in the stream? A little suspicious, don't you think? We're like threatening people. Rat people out. Don't break the rules. You'll get kicked out. And then we go to, you're disappointing God. I don't like that. One of my issues with my Catholic upbringing is when my family was very, very into the religion, which they fell. Once I was in high school, luckily we all kind of left that together. But like, I would never want, like, I was often feared of hell. Okay. When you're Catholic, you're basically told like you have to behave. And if you don't behave, then you're going to hell. And a few times growing up, just for doing normal kid shit, I feel like, I would get told like, oh, you better not do that or else you're, if you don't behave, you're sinning, you're going to hell. And that's a lot to put on a child. Like, you just did this thing and now you're going to burn eternally in a fire with a demon poking you with sticks. Like, you know what I mean? And I can't help but have like a really hard time being okay with knowing that there's people that have this belief system and then having that used against them, but not even for anything good. Like, just to join a fucking scam and like to be manipulated into something really bad. I can't be okay with it. I have a very big issue with people doing that. And the whole like, let's now make people feel like they're sinning and they're going to go to hell if they do something wrong here. I have a lot of problem with that. Because then we're going to take that, we're going to turn it into, oh, if you question Ash too much, you're going to hell. And then this thing gets way more culty. And it was like already at its peak. You guys only didn't hit about 4 or 5 of the things in the bite model. And all of them were pretty worrisome. Like every single one was, yeah, no, I'm worried about this here. This is actually quite dangerous thinking, dangerous behavior, dangerous information control tactics, like almost all of them. So you know what I mean? Next level says some mental warfare shit. I really hated that. Went through that when I was a kid too. If you don't behave, you're going to hell. Yeah, and I remember that feeling when I was a kid, right? Of that, like, oh my God, I'm going to hell. Like, it's fucking horrifying. And I just don't want anyone to feel like that or to be scared of that because they question ONPASSIVE and they're in it. Because that's stupid. Like, no, that's not okay. That needs to stop.
My grandchild or my granddaughter, I didn't know about it. Tell them the truth.
Is Gene like the new Susie? Like, what's going on?
That I was the one going behind trying to destroy the company, not knowing what God has already hold for this company. Let us be sincere and search our heart. You don't need, as Andy said, to be in a place where you are not comfortable. If ONPASSIVE...
Okay, Fatama. Go touch some grass. Go touch some grass, dude. You need to log off the internet for a bit. If ONPASSIVE is in your blood, go take a break.
It's not for you. Yes, you can take a back seat. Allow those who are in so they can see it. So tomorrow when you look at it, say, had I known, but no, it will be the last. They always stand and tell the truth that I tried to destroy it or I rejected it. It is good enough. So you have a peaceful mind, you know, to say, yes, I did it. But to lie, you always live with your conscience, because your conscience will always be with you. So because they said...
That's rich, coming from someone who definitely knows that this is a scam. I believe Collins knows as well. I believe Jeffrey knows. I believe Comfort knows. I don't know enough about Andy, but something tells me he probably does know too. But that's interesting that you're bringing up your conscience, because I'm often over here, and I'm sure you guys can even find posts of me doing this. I'm often over here wondering how Ash sleeps at night, or like looks at himself in the mirror, and how he could function at all with this on his conscience. I would never be able to. I'm one of those people that feel guilt like fuck. So I can't do things. I can't do certain things in this world. Might be a little selfish, but I don't want to carry that on my conscience. And so I often wonder, like, how Ash can let something like to this, well, I wonder how all of the scammers can let something like this hit on their conscience and still be able to, like, have a so-called normal life. And, like, I wouldn't be able to lie to this many people. No, I wouldn't even get close. I mean, I tried. I was in an MLM. I signed up 2 people, and then I was like, I can't do this anymore. I just lied to 2 people. And I was out. I was like, I gotta get out of here. So I don't know how you could run this thing and lie to, like, millions of people, as you will say as well, every single day, and know that you're scamming these people and keep them hooked like this. I don't understand. So it's funny that you mentioned people's conscience. So I have to ask you about yours, Collins.
The evil that men do.
I mean, I guess if you have no moral code, right, then it would be easy.
Never live after them. It live with them. So I will leave it there. Thank you, Sir Comfort.
Wow. I love it.
I'm glad.
Jeffrey, no.
Honestly, it's not something to worry about. I don't think anyone should have to worry about it. And I don't do the whole, like, I debate religion over on Twitter. If you want to see me debate religion and flat earthers all day, mainly it's because I'm debating flat earthers and that ends up coming up. So then I have to kind of do it too. But I don't like to go out of my way to get into religious debates with people. It's not up to me to tell you what to believe. One of my major issues with people that are extremists in religion is that they try to push their religion on other people. And therefore, because of that, even though I'm atheist, I also should not be out here pushing that belief on other people. I'll post memes, I'll share some things. I might make a post here and there that says, I don't think God's real. But I try not to, like, debate. There used to be a whole, like, religious debate thing out here that was pretty popular. And I never got it. I don't think it's fair. You can debate religion with somebody that believes in it if you guys are both under the agreement that it's just for the purpose of the debate. But if you're trying to make people atheists because they're religious, to me, you're not doing anything different than those religious people that are trying to turn everybody onto their religion. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's just you don't have a religion and you're trying to stop people from having theirs. So I try to just tell people that are religious to worry about things like faith manipulation and these scams. You know, make sure you don't get indoctrinated into a cult, you know, like that kind of thing. If you are going to practice, have some rules for yourself to ensure that those things don't happen to you. Be aware, educate yourself on those topics, and then, honestly, your belief is your belief. And then it doesn't have anything to do with anyone else, you know? My issue here isn't the religion. It's the use of it, right? It's using people's religions against them that I don't like. Because like I said, that's not much different, you know, than if I was like, use your atheism against you. See, again, same thing. You got to look at it both ways. It's the same.
I was laughing because, and then I think I want to say that what quality.
Oh my goodness, what just happened? Oh, did my thing do it again? Yeah, we're at the 2-hour mark. Well, that makes sense. One second, guys. I'm having some technical difficulties. Because this thing hates me. Oh, darn, one sec. All right, I'm back. Sorry. I allegedly had to refresh. I'm on the StreamYard, and sometimes it doesn't like to work for me. I've been on for 3 hours, that's why.
Hi, everyone.
Just there to think like they can bring it down. I'll tell
Yeah,
you
we're
today
back
you failed. Because ONPASSIVE is already planted on a.
Sorry, guys, I'm on StreamYard. And this used to happen to me, and then it hasn't happened to me a while. But the last few times that I've streamed, once I get to like 3 hours of streaming, it likes to mess up on me. Used to be 2 hours, though, so I guess they've gotten better.
Solid foundation where you cannot bring it down. But the only promise I will give you, tell your grandchildren the truth. If you will be a granddad or a grandmom, that I saw this place, and they will ask you, did you watch Jeffrey Muller? You said, don't lie, because God is watching you. He said, I was the one.
Oh my God.
I was the one destroying, trying to bring it down. Tell your grandchildren, I tried and I failed. You know, because this is the truth, because they will never forgive you. Don't lie and say, oh, my grandchild or my granddaughter, I didn't know about it. Tell them the truth that I was the one going behind trying to destroy the company, not knowing what God has already hold for this company. Let us.
Are you seriously telling me that I need to tell my grandchildren that I spoke out about ONPASSIVE? It makes you feel any better, Collins. My daughter definitely knows who some of you are. Yeah, she says the unicorn scammer guy, that's Marty. The loud guy, the loud scammer, that's Chris. That really bad scammer man is Ash Mufareh. So my kid does know.
Be sincere and search our heart.
You watch the Recovering Hunbot streams. My daughter used to come on and say hi to everyone.
You don't need, as Andy said, to be in a place where you are not comfortable. If ONPASSIVE is not for you, yes, you can take a back seat. Allow those who are in so they can see it. So tomorrow when you look at it, said, had I known, but no, it will be the last.
Yeah, I had this computer gifted to me from somebody who said that they were my friend, so that they could then afterwards claim that I ripped them off for a computer. True story, by the way. I had no clue I was getting it. It was a birthday gift. that they arranged with my husband behind my back. I had no clue about it until it showed up. But allegedly, I scammed this person out of a computer. It might be Dell.
They always stand and tell the truth that I tried to destroy it or I rejected it. It is good enough. So you have a peaceful mind, you know, to say, yes, I did. But to lie, you always live with your conscience, because your conscience will always be.
It's a really good thing I haven't had to lie about this company once. I'm not the one out here lying about it. Just saying.
Will always be with you. So, because they said the evil that men do never live after them, it live with them. So I will leave it there. Thank you, Sir Comfort.
Honestly, I have to clean out my computer. That's probably part of the problem.
Wow. I love it.
Jeffrey, no, I was laughing because, and then I think I want to say that what Collins did here is a clarion call. If you are listening to this, be it today, the 8th of February, 2024, or 20 years later, and this opportunity is still here, grab it, because you don't want to look in the eyes of your...
They just wondered, you know what's funny? They just wondered why we went back and watched their beginning streams. You guys remember near the beginning of this, they're like, oh, those detractors, they go back and they watch our beginning stuff. And I don't know why, because that's not even our matrix compensation plan anymore. And now Comfort's sitting here going, when they watch this stream in 20 years from now, I'm like, okay, do you want people watching your old stuff or not? Make up your mind, please.
Grandchildren and tell them that you did not hear us when we are still here. So, Jeffrey, crown it up for us, please. I'll round it up. Thank you.
Man alive, I'll tell you what.
Back in our day, Sonny, we ain't expired cans of beans waiting for our first ONPASSIVE payout. Your granddaddy had to work 6 jobs just to make what O-Connect was cost.
You guys get talking and I have all these things in my head. You know, I got to bring this up. You know, Ash talked about AI, right, as being the biggest technological commodity, if you will, on the planet, and said that,
which is funny because he's not using any. I'm just saying.
Nearly every country in the world has the ability to compete in its development. So, I mean, the race is on, right? We're going to see who comes up with the best breakthroughs first. Well, following up on that, Mr. Mohammed Kamal, we all know him, right? He's ONPASSIVE's chief operating officer. He said, you know, we've got ONPASSIVE teams that are meeting people and meeting with big talents in the AI field.
Who?
And he let us know that there's actually...
Who? Name one. Name one big talent in the AI field who's working with you.
A big team that's being onboarded right now, and then we're going to see some of these teams, and we're going to meet some of.
Well, where are they being onboarded? Why are they in hiding? Let them out of the closet, Jeffrey. Damn it!
These people eventually, and that we're also come March. He said we're going to see some very big, prestigious events that are going to be unfolding in Dubai as we move into March.
I don't actually remember him saying an exact month. Did he say March? Or is Jeffrey just saying March right now? I don't remember him saying an exact time because I remember being very confused as to when everything was going to be happening. That was part of the problem, was that he had come on, said a bunch of shit was going to happen, but then he never said by when, and we were all just kind of left to speculate. So is that what Jeffrey's doing now?
You know, the first
week
of March.
Did he say that somewhere else?
Mr. Mufareh commented even further and went on to say that the people that they're onboarding are Einstein caliber people.
The best customers in an MLM are always the distributors. They're the main customers. Always.
I mean, and we know what that means.
They'll even tell you to sign up so you can get stuff for cheaper. Just to get you to sign up because they're so desperate, you know?
Right? I mean, these people are smart, right? We're going to meet them. He said there's going to be lots of PhDs, lots of professors. They're coming from the UK, the USA, the Gulf, India, Hong Kong. I mean...
Oh my God, they're going to have people with PhDs join them? Oh my God. Wow, fancy. Yeah, no one's thinking that, Jeffrey. Just you guys.
All over the place, right? Inventors, pioneers, They built companies, and now they're being brought into ONPASSIVE. And
yeah, people that actually have built companies are going to come in here and they're going to be frustrated as fuck. I've never built a company and you frustrate me. I often say I can just imagine being an actual small business owner and then watching people like you. How angering and frustrating it must be. Like, there's so many people out there that have worked so hard to run legal, legitimate businesses. And then you come out and you want to try to put yourself on the same level as them. No, just no, stop that. Don't do that. Like, if I ran a business, I would be so mad at this thing. I would be like, oh my God. Because if you ran your own business, you went through all of these planning steps that Ash should have done 5 years ago. And you're going to be sitting here going, why the hell did this jackass not do this 5 years ago? What the hell's wrong with him? If I'm sitting here saying that, you definitely would be saying that if you ran your own business, which is why I just don't think that this is going to take off if you're trying to sign up other business owners. Like, they'll take one look at this and be like, this is a joke. The hell is this scam? What do you mean it's been 5 years running and you still haven't figured out how to pay out to people's wallets yet? Like, what do you mean?
doesn't take a whole lot of imagination.
Is that what we're doing? Are we waiting for real business owners to come and tell you guys what to do next? Is that what Ash is waiting on? Is that what Ash needs?
Imagination to figure out why. I mean, look at ONPASSIVE. Why wouldn't you want to? I mean, look at.
You want? We would be here for another 3 hours if I was to give you all the reasons why. Again, just watch my playlist of ONPASSIVE. You'll get an idea why.
Engineer Kamal. I mean, wow, and the following he had, right? Anyway.
Engineer Kamal is just a normal engineer. Okay? With a communication degree. I don't understand what's happening. Like, what do you mean? He doesn't have extra education over other people. I don't understand. Like, do you think women have a crush on him or something? And then they're like looking at him like, oh my God, I want to go and be in the company. And like, Kamal's there. Like, that's not happening either. What are you talking about?
We're going to be dominating industries because these experts and those that love them are all joining ONPASSIVE, right?
So basically what you're saying is you're hoping that you can sign up a few people that are professionals in hopes that they'll then dupe their professional friends into also signing up. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work, Jeffrey.
Coming to us in hordes, it would seem. And he also...
Again, where? Where is this big group of like these professionals that have joined you? This is just like when you say that you have millions of businesses joining you right now. And I'm like, can you name like a handful of them then? If you got millions, it shouldn't be hard to come out with 5, right? 5 that we would all know. It's like, but you never do because it's just all talk.
Talked about why ONPASSIVE was actually drawn into.
Okay, Jean, sweetie, I think you hit your head. Do you need an ice pack? She says, what a conversation among awesome leaders, full of wit, wisdom, love, and brilliance. We are blessed with goodness all around us. If this is brilliance, I'm going to jump off my balcony.
The AI ring, so to speak, right? I mean, could it have been...
I cannot live in a world where this is considered brilliance.
Us saying that we're going to be, correction to the corruption? Well, partly, probably.
Oh my God, stop saying this. I keep asking, what corruption? The corruption where? You invented this alleged corruption. It's funny because you say that you want to be this big thing in the tech industry. And you're the correction to the corruption in the tech industry. But then the whole time you talk about how you want to be like everyone else in the tech industry. So I'm like, how are you correcting the corruption when you just want to join in? I don't understand. Explain.
But we know that's not very popular with some, heavy-hitting tech guys, right? I mean, there are some serious players out there, the Google and the Metas of the world, right? What used to be Facebook, unlimited resources, lots of power. Whoa, got that evil laugh going for them, right? Been in the game a lot longer than us. but if you take a closer look at them, you may even see that they're being morphed a bit. Now, regardless, all that set aside, do you see any of those companies that are steeped in the pursuit of AI trying to lift humanity?
Yeah, actually.
Absolutely not.
You should look into it more.
And for this reason, ONPASSIVE has more of what it takes.
You know, Jeffrey, just because they're not doing a bunch of brainstorming webinars all over the place doesn't mean that they're not doing anything out here. Most of them have to
do the AI and the lifting humanity thing simply because of our heart and because of the value that we're creating. We got more of that than any other company.
And I'm like, Steve, where do I go so that I also see this happening
on the planet? So the draw for us is to lift humanity through being the correction of the corruption and positively infecting the planet, right? So we can rest assured that everything is on track. It's all rolling out in the right way. And to paraphrase something Mr. Kamal said yesterday, whatever you're dreaming, ONPASSIVE is bigger than your imagination. And I will let that stand.
Whatever your dream, ONPASSIVE is bigger than your imagination. So whatever you dream, ONPASSIVE is bigger than that and will get you that dream. Whew. That's a lot of pressure to put on ONPASSIVE, really.
Wow.
Wow,
Thank you
wow,
guys
wow.
for doing it again, just as usual.
The
Really
carry of
appreciate you again
ONPASSIVE
this
over
evening.
here, everyone.
And thank you to team for contributing powerfully. This goes a long way, guys. And again, today is, if you are listening to it today or next year or next 20 years and the opportunity is still there, do not ignore.
Oh, they'll be watching this in 20 years, probably. Don't you worry. They'll be watching it in 20 years to learn about manipulation tactics and cognitive dissonance is what they'll be doing. And Dunning-Kruger effect. That's what they'll be watching it for. It's a great study on those things. Cult-like things. To learn about cult-like thinking and manipulation. Great study on that. But not on anything else.
Because you have a tiny person standing down there looking up your phone and say, Papa, did you hear about this? Tell them the truth. So, guys, we love you. Thank you so much. And I think I should have remembered, do this for me. Today my husband's birthday. So if you can't just say happy birthday to Bernard, I think he will like that. Thank you, guys.
Happy birthday, Bernard!
Happy birthday, Bernard!
Happy birthday, Bernard!
Happy birthday to you.
All right. Okay, thank you, guys.
Oh, Jeffrey was going to sing for us. And then Comfort over here, I just shut it off.
And see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
And that's their webinar, folks. That's what they had to say today, and they have all their clapping seals there. I didn't say this today. This webinar was from the 8th, like she said. But that's what they had to tell us. Value in a company. It seems like their way of coming up with value is just dreaming big and then deciding that the value of their company is whatever their dreams are. But how do you decide the value of a company? Like, what do other companies do in order to figure out what the value of their company is? I'm so glad that you guys asked. I'm so glad you asked. So this is the Harvard Business School online. I know that Ash really, really likes Harvard. So I was hoping that maybe since he really, really likes Harvard, he would be into listening to this. Maybe he could learn something. Literally, they're watching me. So, what is company valuation? Company valuation, also known as business valuation, of course, is the process of assessing the total economic value of a business and its assets. During this process, all aspects, not just the ones that you guys like, all aspects of a business are evaluated to determine the current worth of an organization or department. The valuation process takes place for a variety of reasons, such as determining sale value and tax reporting. Which again, if Ash did those things, then he would have a better idea what the value is. So how do people evaluate a business? They say one way to calculate a business's valuation is to subtract liabilities from assets. And if we did that with ONPASSIVE, we would be in the minuses. So can't use that one. The simple method doesn't always provide the full picture of a company's value. So there are several methods that exist due to that. We have 6 evaluation methods. And these are like the most used ones, basically the 6 that everyone uses, that provide insight into a company's, get this, financial standing, including book value, discounted cash flow analysis, market capitalization, enterprise value, earnings, which comes into play in like all of them, and the present value of growing perpetuity formula. Okay? So the first one is book value. One of the most straightforward methods of evaluating a company is to calculate its book value using information from its balance sheet. Now, ONPASSIVE can't do this because the only balance sheet that they would have is all the money that Ash went and then spent at the spa, and I don't know if you can use that. So it would be 0. Right? It's also notably unreliable. To calculate book value, you subtract the company's liabilities from its assets, and then that determines the owner's equity. Then exclude any intangible assets, and then the figure that you're left with represents the value of any tangible assets the company owns. Again, if ONPASSIVE did that, we would be at 0. And again, that's the least accurate one. The next one is discounted cash flows. Another method of valuing a company is with discounted cash flows. This technique is highlighted in the Leading with Finance as the gold standard of valuation. So this is what most people use, okay? Discounted cash flow analysis is the process of estimating the value of a company or investment based on the money or cash flows it's expected to generate in future. And you do that by using what it's calculated in the past as well, which, again, in ONPASSIVE technically is not a lot. Discounted cash flow analysis calculates the present value of future cash flows based on the discount rate and time period of analysis. So you do this lovely little math equation here, okay? So as you can see, you have number of years in the future times 1 plus cost of capital, all right? And you divide that from the terminal cash flow. And that's how you would get that. The benefit of discounted cash flow analysis is that it reflects a company's ability to generate liquid assets. However, the challenge of this type of valuation is that its accuracy relies on the terminal value, which can vary depending on the assumptions you make about future growth and discount rates. So, like, if Ash did that, he would just say his company's billions of dollars, like he does, pretty much, right? Then you have market capitalization. And it is one of the simplest measures of a publicly traded company's value, which ONPASSIVE isn't a publicly traded company. So, unfortunately, they can't do that. But that has to do with the total number of shares. Usually companies have shares, that are on the market as well. So market capitalization equates to share price times the total number of shares. How much is a share worth? How many shares do you have, right? One of the shortcomings of this method is that it only accounts for the value of equity. While most companies are financed by a combination of debt and equity. In this case, debt represents investments by banks or bond investors in the future of the company. So in ONPASSIVE case, let's say, I guess you could say the debt would be the $108 million that everyone paid into it. That would be the closest, right? Because that's technically they're investors. They aren't actual investors in it though, but that would be like the closest that Ash would be able to come, I guess, if he wanted to use this method. All of these are hard to do though when you're not making any money or trading any of your shares or doing any of that, right? So these liabilities are paid back with interest over time. Equity represents shareholders who own stock in the company and hold a claim to future profits, right? So I guess if Ash wanted to, he could claim that the original O founders especially are the shareholders. But again, nobody actually owns stock in this. Nobody's making money off stock in this. So this one doesn't really apply. Enterprise value is calculated by combining a company's debt and equity and then subtracting the amount of cash not used to fund business operations, right? Enterprise value equals debt plus equity minus cash. And you'll love this, Ash. You'll love this because they even talk about Tesla here. And you love Elon. So I was like, you know what? If he's going to list anything, it will be this one. Berserker Demon Pope. A big problem with share price is it takes into account people's expected future growth. It's happened several times recently that Tesla was worth more than the US big three automakers combined. Tesla. Let's get into it. So, it's a little old of an article, so just letting you know. But it all still applies. It's still what they do. To illustrate this, let's take a look at three well-known car manufacturers. Tesla, Ford, and GM, General Motors, right? In 2016, Tesla had a market capitalization of $50.5 billion. Yeah, imagine that, Ash? I wonder what merchant they use, huh? On top of that, its balance sheet showed liabilities of $17.5 billion. The company also had around $3.5 billion in cash in its accounts, giving Tesla an enterprise value of approximately $64.5 billion. Ford had a market capitalization of $44.8 billion, outstanding liabilities of $208.7 billion, and a cash balance of $15.9 billion, leaving an enterprise value of about $237.6 billion. Lastly, GM had a market capitalization of $51 billion. A balance sheet liabilities was at $177.8 billion and a cash balance of $13 billion, which then left an enterprise value of approximately $215.8 billion. While Tesla's market capitalization is higher than both Ford and GM, Tesla is also financed more from equity. In fact, 74% of Tesla's assets have been financed with equity, while Ford and GM have capital structures that rely much more on debt. Nearly 18% of Ford's assets are financed with equity and 22.3% of GM's. So, see, You guys get what they're saying here? And I mean, you could argue that if they were also looking at this, Tesla is marketed a lot more than the other ones now at this point, believe it or not. You know, Tesla's a wild thing. Tesla's wild. Now we have this one, which I'm not even going to try to say that. EBITDA. So it says, when examining earnings, because usually you have to examine earnings in order to have a value of your company, you have to actually be earning money as a company. Ash doesn't really fully understand that fact, because is he earning money? Yeah, but not continuously, right? Like, it's one thing to take $108 million from people, right? Take $108 million at the beginning, but then technically you didn't really take money off of them for 4 years. And then it's almost like he took like 200 million off of them after that, right? And then we've been waiting almost a year now, and he hasn't taken much more from them because they're only about to pay for the second thing of OConnect. You get what I'm saying? So like the company, and it's not really a company right now. Like they say, it's a unicorn. So it's not really making money. You know what I mean? It's not like they're selling like the OConnect and it's like money's coming in every single day. It's not. So I think that because of that, the value is going to be sitting at 0 at all times. I mean, if we were to take the earnings that Ash made, let's say the last time he sold OConnect, then you would have to subtract the 108 million from it as well, because he owes that money back, right? The SEC wants restitution. So congratulations. It's now considered to be like part of the debt. You know what I mean? So it wasn't really even earnings now at this point, right? And he also paid them all back, he says. He paid everyone back for it in Ocoin. So according to him, like, he made nothing on that. So again, the value would be 0 for ONPASSIVE, but whatever, if he wants to pretend. So they say, when examining earnings, financial analysts don't like to look at the raw net income profitability of a company. It's often manipulated in a lot of ways by the conventions of accounting, and some can even distort the true picture. To start with, the tax policies of a country seem like a distraction from the actual success of a company. They can vary across countries or time, even if nothing actually changes in the company's operational capabilities. Second, net income subtracts interest payments to debt holders, which can make organizations look more or less successful based solely on their capital structures. Given these considerations, both are added back to arrive at earnings before interest and taxes, which is what EBITDA stands for, or operated earnings. So, in normal accounting, if a company purchases equipment or a building, it doesn't record that transaction all at once. The business instead charges itself an expense called depreciation over time. Amortization is the same thing as depreciation, but for things like patents, which, Ash also doesn't have, and intellectual property, which Ash is not protecting his intellectual property in any way, shape, or form. In both instances, no actual money is spent on the expense. In some ways, depreciation and amortization, can make the earnings of a rapidly growing company look worse than a declining one, right? Behemoth brands like Amazon and Tesla are more susceptible to this distortion since they own several warehouses and factories that depreciate in value over time. With an understanding of how to arrive at earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, for each company, it's easier to explore ratios. According to the Capital IQ database, Tesla had an enterprise value to EBITDA ratio of 36 times. Ford's is 15 times, and GM's is 6 times. But what do these ratios mean? So then that leads us into the next one, which is present value of a growing perpetuity formula. Just blame it all on demons all the time, right? One way to think about these ratios is as part of the growing perpetuity equation. A growing perpetuity is a kind of financial instrument that pays out a certain amount of money each year, which also grows annually. Imagine a stipend for retirement that needs to grow every year to match inflation. The growing perpetuity equation enables you to find out today's value for that sort of financial instrument. The value of a growing perpetuity is calculated by dividing cash flow by the cost of capital minus the growth rate. And this is another way that people usually use as well. So if someone planning to retire wanted to receive $30,000 annually forever with a discount rate of 10% and an annual growth rate of 2% to cover expected inflation, they would need $375,000, the present value of that arrangement. What does this have to do with companies? Imagine the EBITDA of a company as a growing perpetuity paid out every year to the organization's capital holders, which should technically be the O-founders if you ask Ash. If a company can be thought of as a stream of cash flow that grows annually, and you know the discount rate, which is that company's cost of capital, you can use this equation to quickly determine the company's enterprise value. To do this, you'll need some algebra to convert your ratios, which I don't do, so have at her, guys. For example, if you take Tesla with an enterprise to EBITDA ratio of 36 times, that means the enterprise value of Tesla is 36 times higher than its EBITDA. If you look at the growing perpetuity formula and use EBITDA as the cash flow and enterprise value as what you're looking to solve for in this equation, then you know that whatever you're dividing EBITDA by is going to give you an answer that is 36 times the numerator. To find the enterprise value to EBITDA ratio, use this formula. Enterprise value equals EBITDA divided by 1 over ratio. Plug in the enterprise value and EBITDA value to solve for the ratio. In other words, the denominator needs to be 136 or 2.8%. If you repeat this example with Ford, you would find a denominator of 1/15 or 6.7%. For GM, it would be 1/6 or 16.7%. Plugging it back into the original equation, the percentage is equal to the cost of capital. You could then imagine that Tesla might have a cost of capital of 20% and a growth rate of 17.2%. The ratio doesn't tell you exactly, but one thing it does highlight is that the market believes Tesla's future growth rate will be close to its cost of capital. And Tesla's first quarter sales were 69% higher than this time last year. Bandwidth in finance, growth is powerful. It explains why a smaller company like Tesla carries a high enterprise value. The market has taken notice of that. Well, Tesla is much smaller today than Ford or GM in total enterprise value and revenues. That may not always be the case. And this was updated April 22nd, 2022. So it's not like the oldest thing in the world. But it was originally published in 2017, April 21st, by the way. Almost several years later to the day. But it's still what's used today. And this is, a good kind of way is look where Tesla is now in comparison. All right, I would argue that you could do that and you would see that obviously those numbers were right. Now, the issue with all of this, though, is like I said, Ash doesn't have shareholders. Okay? So, honestly, without shareholders in the tech industry, your value is zero. Okay, you're not worth anything. They very much depend on shareholders in this industry. So if you don't have like some shares going in the stock market, I don't even know if you're in this fucking industry, to be honest with you. To be like, seriously though, all the other companies do. So there's none of that. There's no earnings, right? I mean, you could argue that Ash has earned some money, but none of that's gone back into the company. He just kind of pocketed it. So at the end of the day, like, really, the value of ONPASSIVE, if you use any of those and you try to make them work for ONPASSIVE, no matter what, you come up with zero. Like, they don't have a value. And since they don't have shares and they don't have earnings, there is no real way for us to kind of try to guess what their future value is. Do you see what I'm saying? There is no equation and no way to really know and make like a real estimate that we could actually report or that Ash could actually use, What they're basing it on themselves is the number of people that have signed up, right? But again, they're not taking into account the fact that people aren't signing up to this thing for the products. People are not even necessarily signing up because they believe in the company. They're signing up to worship Ash or because somebody close to them basically promoted it to them. And then they got manipulated to join it. So this doesn't even run like a normal company. When Ash comes up with his so-called value, I really do think that he just looks at what the value of having innovative technology would be. Okay, and then he applies that to his own company. So he's probably looking up Tesla's numbers, right? And then going, oh, that's how good we're going to be. Right? Yeah, that's what I mean. Ash has earnings, right? We don't know, though, how much of that goes back into the company, But, like I said, if you wanted to do a very rough kind of look at this, you could figure out how much you believe Ash to have gotten, right? So if you were looking at it from the standpoint of, let's say that OConnect was $195, right? And they have 800,000 people, right? So you would times that, and then what you get is you get 156 million, right? So let's say he made 156 million off of the sale of OConnect. By the way, it was a lot more than that. It wasn't always 195. That's like per month, right? So that's like, that would be like for the 3 months. And then he would make that again, like every 3 months, let's just say. So you would take that, and then let's say you would subtract the 108 million that he apparently made at the beginning, right? That the SEC sort of like, called him out on. That's kind of where we're getting some of these numbers from. And then technically his 2023 earnings would be 48 million. Now, the issue, though, with that number and why that number isn't like exactly what it is, like we said, is because, again, we have no clue how much money is going back into the company out of that, how much is actually going into his pocket. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, there is no way to really figure out that number, but I assure you that once you get to the 48 million, you would have to continuously subtract. So, for example, then Ash also has to pay employees. How much is he paying his employees? So that's what I mean when I say like the amount that goes into the business. You also have to subtract what you're spending out of that as well. You know what I mean? And unfortunately at ONPASSIVE, it's not like Ash has done taxes for this or has reported what he earns, what he puts back into the company, how much money, how much of a percentage of it goes into marketing, etc., etc. And that's one of the issues here. Now, in future, once they release an income disclosure statement and people actually are making money, then maybe his company would have value. But in this moment, really, I bet you he's put a lot more than 48 million into just marketing. Let's be real. I mean, they went on the Burj Khalifa. We looked up the cost of that, and I do believe that it was about, what was it, $65,000 or something for a week to run an ad like he did. It was something crazy ridiculous. Okay, he's done it a few times, right? So you would have to subtract all that. You would have to subtract the money from the train station because all that's been running this whole time. Right? Yeah, it's more like 56,000. So this is what I mean. Like, I feel like by the time you did all of that in ONPASSIVE, your number would be at 0 or it would be at minus. Because, if Ash doesn't report what he takes in and doesn't pay taxes, although he's probably got losses, then he won't make it to trial with the SEC. The IRS will have him in jail long before that. Well, that's the thing, is that until he does pay his taxes on this, there would be no way for us to really understand where the money's going in this thing, because he's not on the stock market, so we can't even go and check out what the stocks are for this thing. Most of the time, people look at the stocks and what they're worth and also incorporate that, right? This thing doesn't even have that. So it really is just based on how much money, he'd be making, or the company would be making, I should say. And again, we don't know. We don't know what he's spending on things. So but I'm telling you that with paying out the employees, putting money into the technology, if he is actually doing that at all, paying lawyers for the lawyer team, paying for all these offices to run, alleged rent on offices. Once you subtracted all that from that 48 million or whatever, we would be at 0. We would be at minus. If Ash and ONPASSIVE walked into Shark Tank right now and told them that their value was priceless, they would get laughed out of there. All right? They shouldn't even try. The dragon's dead. They get their head cut off. Dragon would eat them. There's no value to this company, right? And then you also have to look at the products. So what value does the products bring? If you're thinking about future, the reason why they can say that Tesla and all these other car companies, had a bit more extra value, let's say, is because of what they're doing and the products being innovative in future. You can kind of incorporate that, right? And it's like Ash doesn't have any of that. Like the products aren't valuable and nobody's making money. I'm pretty sure that the value's at 0 or in the minuses. Like I said, if anything, the company owes more than it's making at this point. Chris says, don't forget that he still hasn't copyrighted or trademarked anything on Passive. There's already an OConnect app. I wish they would sue him. Honestly, he deserves it. I'm just saying, I've been saying it since I've been here. It's a matter of time before that happens. Right? Because he's been forking stuff from other places for a long time. Some of it's open source code, some of it's forked, like straight up stolen. Nothing's trademarked and copyrighted due to that. Can't get patents because of that. You know, you can't really get a patent to something that doesn't belong to you. You can't trademark or copyright something that doesn't belong to you. So he's sort of screwed, you know, like that. I agree. We don't know what he actually took in and what he's paying out for expenses. And I wouldn't trust. Exactly. And I don't trust Ash. The only thing that I would be able to see is like if the SEC gave us a complete financial report on him, right? Because that can happen in future, by the way. We might just get that when that SEC lawsuit goes down. And I will be very, very happy to cover it with all of you and even use this and go through it. You guys can just gotta help me with the math, you know. But yeah, I can't believe anything that Ash says. So I would have to either see that or the tax documents, right? That would be the only way that we can tell until that stuff starts happening. Though technically, like, this thing is just stagnant and no one's making anything right now. Right? Like when your products are crashing and people aren't making anything and you don't even have a verification system for your wallet, I'm pretty sure you're still at 0. Okay, you can't just add extra value on. Like, you can't just be like, our company is valued at $500 million. Like, or else people would just do that all the time. Okay? Like, that's why they came up with these equations on how to figure it out and have some kind of regulation of it, right? It's just like, Jesus. Sir, are you pitching a Ponzi scheme? They should ask him. But I don't think it's that sophisticated an operation, so it would be easy if Ash gave you access to the records. Yeah, he's also hiding some money, but that would just be his earnings, I'm sure, I hope. Just saying the value is still well hidden. Yeah, I know, we can't find it anywhere. The real number to know is how many have paid the 143. Anyone could pay 97, but they had to follow up and pay the 143 to actually show they were still in the company. How many have paid 240? And see, and that's the other thing that we don't really have. Like, we have no clue. It's an issue. And this is part of the issue is since they never registered any of their products or anything, really, they didn't register anything. They just registered as an LLC and then started and went to town. Like, we don't have access to this information. I can't look it up anywhere. It's all just kind of speculation. So then there's like no way for me to come up with that. But exactly. Once we had those numbers, then maybe we could come up with a thing. Here's the thing. I don't even know if Ash has these numbers, okay? He's so disorganized. Like, I highly doubt he's even keeping track of it in any way, which is probably also some of the problem here. By the way, I don't know if he has a good accountant. I've never even heard of him talking of an accountant, actually. You know, so I don't know. I got a deer there from his letter from his alleged lawyers, all right? I don't have much faith in his accountants. I just don't. I'm not talking out my ass. It's just if that's what your lawyers are doing, what are your accountants doing, you know? Like, why would I think they're any more professional than the people that sent me the deer there letter? I have no reason to. They have given me no reason to think so. And that was kind of what I was saying before. Excuse me, sorry guys, when Jeffrey was like going on about how we want to like stop him and the haters and all this, it's like, listen, no. I wish that I could say that this thing was gonna actually save humanity, but I just can't. It's like, you know, history repeats itself over here, and they don't give me any reason to trust that they're going to do what they say they're going to do ever. So I have to kind of chalk it up to they're probably not going to do that. Listen, okay, I had hope. If you go back and you watch the streams that the Recovering Hunbot did that I was on, especially the early ones, you will hear the hope in our voices. Both of us had hope. We were like, they just need somebody to hold them a bit accountable, and then they'll figure this out. It's like 3 years later, we're like, never mind. Never mind. No, probably going to be a scam from the beginning. I had too high hope at the beginning of this, you know? They killed my hope. They killed my hope because every time Ash made a promise to release something, I'd be like, okay, great. We're releasing a product. Let's go. And then it wouldn't happen. And, you know, you can only go through that so many times before you get fed up and leave, which is why we're wondering how many times are the people in ONPASSIVE that are O founders going to go through this over and over again and then not leave. It's almost like they are in an abusive relationship with Ash and they cannot leave because he keeps love bombing them and manipulating them and stealing all their money so they can't go. So it's like literally that's what it would be like being in ONPASSIVE right now. And so we just keep waiting. Just keep waiting. Hopefully one day people will see the light, but people still believe in Scientology. So I don't know, guys. We might be here for a real long time. I'm just saying. Anyway, tomorrow we are going to be doing the stream that I was gonna do for you guys yesterday. So I actually have a presentation for that one as well. And we're going to be talking about time freedom and why time freedom is an illusion in all MLMs, but more specifically in ONPASSIVE. And I'm going to show you Chris Johnson streaming a few times from his hospital bed to discuss that. And I also want to talk about a little bit more about emotional manipulation, as you are going to watch with me as Marty tries to emotionally manipulate everyone about Chris. It's just a big clusterfuck, the whole thing. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I think it's very important that we talk about time freedom here. And you know what? Just because Ash and them keep saying it, I also now feel the need to like put together a presentation showing that their 25% commission plan is the same as Amway's, Sensi's, Beachbody's, Monet. Except those people also get bonuses on top of it, so they might even be getting more. I don't know. Some of the products cost more than ONPASSIVE's O-Connect too, so I don't know. But I think that might be a fun thing to do in future. I don't know when I'm going to do that. Maybe Friday, might be Monday's stream, so stay tuned. And in future, we're also going to be reacting to the PNG one. Yes, you guys all keep asking me about that. We're going to be doing it. Don't worry. I promise I'm fitting it in when I can, because Thursdays is still Love as One 5D full disclosure cult day. Because I got to keep up with the cult. Like nobody is. I'm like the only person out here that's paying attention to what they're doing every day. Okay? And I'm like, come on, HBO. Gee, you do a whole documentary and then you just leave it to me? What's going on here? So I have to stay on that one. But that's all I have for you lovely, fabulous, beautiful people today. I hope you had fun. It was a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, but it was worth it as always. I love all of you. You're my friend.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
But not like that. And I hope that you all have a fabulous, fabulous rest of your day. I just want to say, too, I believe that the Recovering Hunbot is also streaming about ONPASSIVE tonight. Probably sometime in the next couple hours. So if you are free, be sure that you head over there. I also plan on being over there, hopefully, if my evening lets me. I try my best to make it to all of her streams, but during the evening when like family stuff and dinner stuff's going on, I'm trying now. life's a little crazy when your kids get older. They don't tell you this, but it's actually the older they get, the crazier it gets, by the way, just in case you're wondering. So I'll try my best, but I hope that I'll see you guys all over there in the chat. Hopefully I'll see you over there. Go and check that out if you have some free time. Love all of you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Now, like always, your favorite song. Mwah. Bye!